Hello, good morning, happy Saturday, everybody. How you doing out there? Hey, you Digsby, welcome in. You're the first in the door, and I always see you out there lurking, even when you don't say things. Thanks for always being here. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. For everybody else out there who's lurking, chilling, watching the VOD, cheers, good morning. We got a long day of Dyson Sphere program, and I am freaking stoked. I apologize for not streaming last night. I had a splitting headache when I got home yesterday. It did subside a little bit once I got some food and water in me, but it lingered for quite a while. It was the right call. I would have been miserable on stream. Like, not even in the way that I could be like, everybody goes through rough times, but I'm here to hang out. It would have been like, fuck, my head hurts. Ugh. And I didn't want to do that. You guys don't want to see that. So, every once in a while, you got to take some time for the meat suit to sort itself out. But that being said, I got some sleep last night. My kitty is bouncing off the walls. I got a little bit of espresso cream drink in my hand, and we've got a giant planet to work on. This place is pretty much sorted out to a certain extent. We got some settings to do. Producer Moo, resubscribing with the Prime. Thank you, man. 29 months. I can't believe I've been doing this full time that long. I mean, I can. I don't remember dates. Oh, and guys, go follow Producer Moo's. Well, he's gonna say something. I gotta actually trigger it off of subs, but as soon as he says something, it'll trigger his links to go to his YouTube channel. Him and his podcast team are awesome. They do fun stuff. There it is. Longer. This is since I have come around. Yeah. So I don't remember dates in general. I am terrible. I don't remember people's birthdays. I don't remember any of the information that most human beings remember. But I remember one date, and that is the day that I started streaming full time, and that's November 27th, 2022. That is how long it's been since I said, fuck it, I'm doing this full time no matter what. It doesn't matter what else is going on in my life. This is the thing. So since then, we've had so many people join the community. We've started Minecraft servers. We have an Enshrouded server, which I might take down soon, depending on when their next update comes out for financial reasons. But whatever. The Minecraft server is still going strong. We've got all sorts of things going on. Lots of wonderful people, and lots of good gaming. So there's a few things I want to noodle with today. Now, yesterday, okay, so we got level 1 belts coming in, right? Right. So I figured out how to do the thing I wanted to do without having to actually change anything. So we want to prioritize level 1 belts to go onto the line to make level 2 belts, and etc. And I was like, fuck, we're going to have to do all sorts of retrofitting and nonsense. Nope. All we're going to have to do is reverse this belt. Boom. Go into this thing and say, prioritize the input from that side. That's it. That's all we got to do. Now, any belts coming in are going to go to the line before they go to the ILS. Now, this belt here will have just a few belts on it. Not a problem, not a big deal. We could prioritize, you know what, yeah, let's prioritize this. No. We'll leave it splitting evenly. So, also, let's do the same thing over here for the level 2s. Let's reverse this belt, boop, and then prioritize the input from this side first. That'll get us what we need to do. Now, level 3s we're not going to worry about, but we're going to come over here and do the same thing with our sorters. This is the sorter box, right? Okay, so we're going to reverse the belt here. And we're going to prioritize the input from this side. Level 2s, same shenanigans. We're going to reverse the belt. Prioritize the belt from this side. Level 3s. Now, this is going to be different because we want pile sorters, but we also want level 3s. We don't need to pile sort everything. The pile sorters cost substantially more power. I mean, everything increases in the amount of power as you level up, but the difference between level 1 and level 3, I mean, we're likely going to be running machines at a level that level 1 is not going to cut it. I mean, likely, guaranteed. So we don't want to run level 1 and 2 because they're just not going to cut the mustard as far as throughput. So we're not going to be using anything lower than level 3, but we don't need to use pile sorters for the most part. There's a handful of machines and recipes we're going to need inputs for. These are mostly for outputs, so we need a combination of 3s and pile sorters. So we're going to leave these going the same direction. We're also going to leave their buffers full because we want those in the ILS. What else is in this ILS? Right, we're going to leave these empty because we don't really care. We don't want any of these in the ILS. We want all of it routed back. If we do decide we want them in the ILS, we'd have to come back here and reverse that. There's no real... There are ways that we could set it up so we could manage it remotely, but it would require us to most likely put in another ILS tower. And I'm not about to rip out this system. We could do that in the 3.0 version and continue to over-engineer this nonsense to the umpteenth degree. So let's start getting our actual settings going here. So on this one, we don't want... Oh, wait. We want level 3 belts. We want it on remote supply. And honestly, that's got to go all the way up. We're going to use an obscene amount of level 3 belts. Coming in here, this is the level 3 sorters. Same thing here. Obscene amounts of level 3 sorters. Pile sorters, we could limit this to about, like, I don't know, 10,000. Do we care, though? No, for obscenely, we're just gonna crank that all the way up. Same thing with splitters. Same thing with these guys. Actually, you know what? No, you know we'll be a little bit. Maybe we'll crank this all the way up later. Let's go with 10K on these. These guys, I'm gonna put this down to 5K. Let's be reasonable here. Let's not get knock it out of hand. When the buffers fill up to the levels we got, if we decide we want more on hand, but it's got to make all this shit. Well, not make all of it. Never mind. It's fine. As far as storages are concerned, let's go 5K on that as well. So we're going to set all of our stuff up here tonight. And we're going to rip down our old system. So what do we got in here? Liquid storages. I don't use a lot of liquid storages, so we're going to set this to 1K. If I could hit the number. There we go. These guys, I think, honestly, I mean, we've used more in this build than anything, and I don't even think we hit 1K on this build, and I don't foresee needing more. We'll set that to 500. Smelters. Oh, God. This is a tough call because we want to get into level 2 smelters ASAP. So I think we're going to keep this low. Then we're going to put this guy up to, let's say, 3. These guys are going to go all the way up because as soon as we can get into the dark fog version of that, we're going to get into the dark fog version of that. That being said, I think we do reverse the line. Because when the line backs up, it'll start putting them in there. No, yes, no. No, let's not reverse the line until we actually get those cooking. Yeah, we'll have to come back and do that later. Okay. Tesla towers. Let's get this up to about 10K. Now, these guys, I almost never use. We're going to, like, legit put this on 100. I never use them. These guys, I usually keep a little bit on me so that I can slap them down to recharge my my suit, but they're just not really what we're looking for. We want Tesla towers. These guys, I think we'll put up to about, let's call this 500. I do like having these guys around, but they actually consume a little bit of power when they're used to distribute the power further. These guys, we're going to put this at 100. These guys are going to stay at 0, and we're going to reverse the line, because we don't want level 1 assemblers either in our lives. I believe that's going to be around here. Level 1 assemblers should be here. So this line is going to get reversed. We're not going to use anything below level 3 assemblers, and I'm 100% sure of that. There's no reason to use level 1 or 2 assemblers anymore at all. I would even take off level 3 and stay on the recomposing ones, but I fucked up the Dark Fog farm, so we're going to have to roll with level 3 for a little while. Yeah, that'll do. That will do. Level 2 is going to stay at 0. Level 3, we use a lot of assemblers. I'm going to put this up to about, let's call that 5K. These guys, no limit on those. When we get those, we can do them. Wind turbines, I think we put this at about 2K. The same thing with the thermal power plants. I'm going to put on 1K. We still use these a little bit to burn off hydrogen and shit, so if we need more than 1,000 at a time, I'd be really surprised. But we don't need tons of those. No necessary over there to loop that shit. Solar, I'm going to put solar at 1,000. But we haven't actually even used any solar in this playthrough. Geothermal, I'm going to put up to about, let's call that 2K. Just because we wind up, you know what, no. We'll put that down to 1,000. That'll do, Pig. That'll do. Bill, what's going on? Hey, I liked your idea on the babs at the front of the line. We're gonna implement that. I'll leave a box, but I'll put a babs there as well. That way we can just chuck things on the floor and move away. That was a good freaking call. These guys, God, I've barely used these. I want to have a little bit of everything on hand, so we'll put that at 500. The exchangers, honestly, if we used 200 of these, I'd be surprised. Ray receivers, we're going to put that up to about 500 because we are going to spam a lot down. Oh, God, I'm tempted to put that to a K. Let's put that at a K. We are going to cover two or three planets in those, so let's keep those floating around. Next up on the docket, artificial stars. We need a lot of these, but by a lot, I don't think we need to have more than 200 on hand. If we're putting down more than 200 artificial stars, we're so late game that our computer's probably crashing. I don't want any of the regular miners, and we don't need them to make the other ones. So these are kind of a special situation. We're actually going to go in here and limit the depot to, let's call that. Oh God, I don't need any of these. We've got 166 of the other ones. We've got grading crystal coming in. Yeah, we don't need any of the regular miners. You know what? I will leave this at 2. I'll put a little bit in here just because sometimes we can't quite get the tier 2 miners. No, fuck that. We'll just put down 2 tier 2 miners. We don't need tier 1 miners. This system was designed to make every item, not because I need every item, but because I want to upload this blueprint. And in theory, people can use this at any stage. Like, if you want to get together 115,000 tier 1 belts and all of the stuff to do this at a tier and set it up right away as a tier 1 thing, I want people to be able to do that. It's not a realistic goal, but I wanted this blueprint to be versatile so you could configure it to do what you want. These guys, we're going to put this up to, screw it, let's get 1,000 on hand. Water extractors, same thing, we'll get 1,000. These are the oil extractors. Yeah, another. God, I don't even think we'll need 500, but we'll put it up to 1,000. I mean, we built this system. Let's let it do its job. Oh, some of the input buffers. No. Input buffers. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that. We'll worry about the output buffers. In fact, oof. All right. Let's come back and do another pass through on the output buffers. No, let's backtrack. Let's do this at the same time. I want to make sure that our output buffers aren't storing a whole shit ton. Just because our okay, output buffers for tier 1. We will put this at... the belts are kind of a different story. Because we need them to go in to make the tier... No. We're going to put these at 0, the tier 1 and tier 2. That way they just go straight onto the line, and we're not wasting space storing them. The storage space for them on the input side is going to be here. We might want to expand those, but I think we'll be okay. Same thing over here with the tier 1 and tier 2s. We don't want anything... we don't want anything in those. Tier 3 we're going to leave full. Pile sorters we're going to leave full. These will distribute to us when we land on this planet. So if we're not calling them, splitters we're going to leave full because we use a ton of splitters. These guys, we're going to limit this to, let's call that 5 spaces. Shouldn't need any more than 250 when we come to the planet to snag them. That'll do. I mean, there'll be plenty in here, so we could just rip them out of here. Actually, 5,000 is a lot for these. Let's call it 2,500. Yeah. I want to make sure we get this dialed in nicely. Over here, on planet, we'll call that 5 rows in the splitters. Liquid storage, like I said, I almost never use liquid storage. We might end up using it at some point. We'll put that on 2 for there, and we have some in the ILS if we need to. You are these guys. We absolutely don't care too much about that, so 2 stacks will be more than enough. Level 1 smelters. How much did we limit that in here? To 1,000? I'll give that a full row in there for now until we get our unipolar magnets online. Okay, I'm here. I had to change my CMOS battery on my computer motherboard today. Oh, wow. How did that go? I know that can be pretty straightforward if you know what you're doing and your computer has a particular setup, but it could also be a nightmare if you're not prepared. Easy? Okay, cool. Output for the Tesla towers can be full. This thing can go down to a single stack there. These guys, I'm going to say 5 stacks in that bit. The piss the dark fog off towers, we're going to limit to 2 stacks. 1 stack in here? Yeah, 1 stack in here. We're limiting it to 100. To how much in here? 100. Yeah, that's fine. Level 1... assemblers, 0 in the output buffer. Level 2 assemblers, 0 in the output buffer. Level 3 assemblers, I'm going to limit this to a row in the output buffer. I call it an output buffer, but it's the distribution. I did a test afterwards, shut my computer down, let it sit for 10 minutes, turned it back on, and it booted up fine. Excellent. Good call on testing. Always test. Always test everything. Don't be like me and turn a system like this on. Windmills. God, I don't know. We'll call that 5 stacks. These things, same thing. I mean, we built this so that we could have whatever we want on hand at any given time.
Mineral depleted.
Minerals depleted. God damn. I just knew initially I'd have to do the bio settings. Yeah, as long as you're prepared for stuff like that. It should be reasonably easy. These guys, we'll put 2 of them there. If we need more than a few of these things, we can always pull them out of the ILSs. These guys. These guys, on the other hand, we're going to make sure we have a row of. Artificial stars, we'll do a row. They have very small stacks. We don't want any of those. These we want as many as it makes because we're never going to... Mining stuff is never going to go out of style. Liquid extractors... Now, you know what? We'll take a full output buffer on the liquids. There's 1,000 in there. I'm going to up that, actually. We're going to put that up to 2,500 because we might decide to go and just do an entire planet or 2 of sulfuric acid. No, you know what? Even at 1,000... Yeah. We're gonna be a little bit conservative here. These are the extractors. We've got enough in the ILS. Likely we're not going to be coming back to this planet a lot. The idea is to set this planet up so that we don't need to come back here, so that we could just go to a planet, drop down an ILS, and say, gimme, 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 and get what we need. These are the refineries. I'm going to leave that one full. These are fractionators. I can't see needing more than a row of those at a time. Honestly, we're getting to the point where we... Actually, fractionator setups are pretty solid, but it is what it is. These guys... I think we're past the point of wanting any of the level 1s on the chemical facilities. I'm going to put these up to 1,500. Same thing with the particle colliders. These are arbitrary numbers that I'm choosing right now. I'll put you at, honestly, I can't see needing more than 500 fractionators at a time, and that's like on the high side. Refineries, I think we put the refineries up to, I'm going to call that 2,500. Again, if you guys download the blueprint once I get it uploaded, and you want to set these all at max buffer and just max like infinite, not infinite, but like a full ILS and a full output buffer, by all means. I'm trying to be conservative now because we're trying to spin the system up. And the more of them that are set to a full output buffer, the more likely it is that it's going to take a lifetime to get full up. So we're not gonna go too ham. We are going to need a lot of those. We're going to set that there. Research facilities. This thing is... We'll call that. Once we get the dark fog research facilities going, we will come back and reverse this belt. For now, we're going to leave it be what it is. Because we're going to want to get science up, and that's not going to happen super fast. These guys, I'll go with 1,500. Well, not unlimited of those. We're not going to be obscene about it. We'll go with 5,000 of these guys. We'll call the rail ejectors 1,500. Not even 1,500, 1,000. If we're putting down more than 1,000 of these things, I'd be surprised. Same thing with rocket launchers. The small towers. I'm going to be real with you guys. We're never going to use these again. We're going to use all ILSs. I really don't see a place for PLSs. I will put this at 100. Just because, like, there might be a niche situation where that's necessary. But the ILSs give us more options and more spaces. I'm not going to put this over here. Do you need PLS to make ILS? Yes, but that's what we're setting up right now as priority. So what I figured out is, since we need the PLS for the ILS, we have to come in here and reverse this belt. Now this, what would have normally outputted to the ILS for a buffer, instead when we drop PLSs in here, it'll prioritize going to the ILS input. And these ILS constructors are designed to automatically go into the PLS assemblers are already designed to automatically go down the line to the ILSs. So when I say we don't need these, I mean we don't need them available in the ILS send buffer. We just need them available to go down the line to production. We don't really need a buffer of them in here because they're going to get made and sent down. As many of these as we use, we're realistically not going to use, like, 500 of them at a time. So okay, now ILSs, as far as on-planet buffer, we'll put that at, I guess we'll put that at a full shebang right there. That goes... We'll let that return as is. These thrusters. These are just here to get to some of the other spots on the line. This is one of the few things that is distributed by logistics bots, because belt-wise it was going to be a pain in the ass to belt them. And it would have meant I would have had to build several iterations of it if not. The orbital ones, we're going to limit to 4 stacks on planet. Just because we're not likely to go and do more than that out there in the world. ILSs, we're going to put this at, let's call that 500 on hand in the output, the send buffer. Orbitals, we'll put that at 100. I don't think, like, that's one of the few things I feel like we're likely to come back here and snag. Wait, did I set this tower over here yet? I did. Okay, fantastic. I'm actually going to, while we're here, let's grab those 22. Do I want to put these in? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna commit to this. I'm gonna commit to that situation. Good, good, good. Okay, so those should be going down the line to be made into ILSs now. Perfect. This stuff, or this stuff, I do want a small buffer for this for the orbitals, but we're going to call that. Actually, these are set up for a few things. We're going to call that a row. Those things are sorted the way they're sorted. This is charged batteries. This is a weird one. We'll give it a row here. We'll give it 500 here. Laser turrets. God, I'm going to put that at 100. I can't imagine any situation where we're going to be putting down over 100 laser turrets at the same time. Empty batteries? No. Actually, you know what? If we're doing energy exchangers, we'll put the energy exchange those batteries at 1,000. As far as the buffer size for the empty batteries, those can go down there. Also, that is going to get reversed. If anything, if we throw empty batteries in here, we'd prefer them to get charged. So we're going to have those prioritized going back onto the line, because the output from the empty batteries prioritizes going into the chargers to get turned into full batteries. So we'll call that gravy. These guys, we're going to put this down to, let's call that a row. Plasma cannons, we're going to need a good amount of, but not in mass. So we're going to put that at 5 over here. Babs, we'll put this at 5. Wait, is that the Babs? That is the Babs. Okay. This is an input for the Babs. What are we inputting? Engines. Let's call you 5 as well. These guys, I'm going to say, at any given time, we'll put it on 500. Babs, we'll put it 100. Planetary shields can be at 100. Foundations all the way the fuck up. Planetary shields, we're going to limit this down to, we'll call that 2 slots in the output buffer. We're not going to limit the output buffer on these guys. In fact, let's increase that to at least three boxes before the ILS. Because foundation, you know what? I'm tempted to get stupid with that, but let's just let it be what it is. The green orbs. We're not going to actually use any of these. We want them turned into the purple ones, so we're going to reverse path on this so it prioritizes coming in here. We're going to reset the priority there. Okay, so that should mean that all the green orbs are getting turned into purple orbs. I don't know what they're called. I've never used them. I just saw that Francis John did, and it worked a charm, so we're going to start getting into that as well. These guys, output over here, we're going to set this on a row. There should be plenty of ammo available on planet through the distributors. That's set on a 0. These guys are being supplied to different places on the production line, so we're going to set that to that. We're going to set this to that. Again, the reason I built this like this was for versatility, because I do intend to share this blueprint with everybody. So there's a lot of items on here that if I was just building this for me, this thing would be about half the size. There's a lot of stuff on here I probably wouldn't worry about. We're going to put this up kind of high because this is going to distribute ammunition throughout the galaxy for us to keep our planets safe. I don't care about having these in here, or these in here. These guys, maybe we'll put up to 1,000, not even 1,000. We only 10 per, so we're going to put this up to a 500. We'll call that good at 500. Oh, wow. We've got more than that on hand already. You know what, let's let the whole line drain in there, and then we'll set it. I made a lot of these for this planet, substantially more than we needed to. So we're probably set on fidget spinners for the foreseeable future. I don't really see a lot of our up and coming builds being necessary to have ass loads of fidget spinners or top hats. Dear God, here. Let me just help this process along. There you go. Oh, it was taking them from me to put them in here, right? Okay, excellent. We've got 3,000. Let's limit that down to 500. Yeah, we'll limit that to 500. These guys, we limited to a row because some stuff needs it. Same thing here. We are going to reverse that line. We don't want any of these up in that situation. This line we're going to reverse.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
This is these guys. We're going to reverse this line. The fidget spinners we want in that direction. We're going to limit this to, I'm going to say that's 600 there. We can call that good. Fidget spinners are already starting to do their job on planet. Engines over here, they are being supplied to the line in a couple of places, so we'll give that a row. It's not even hooked up to an ILS, so that's awesome. Prototypes. I do not care about prototypes. They are going to be going down the line to be made into other things. We're going to reverse that path. These guys require prototypes. These guys do not. I'm not going to be running these, so we're going to drop that down to a 0. We're going to leave that 0 there, leave that 0 here. This thing we're going to put up to, like, let's call this 2,500. We're going to go through these quite nicely. Can't wait to see you take on Dark Fog Hive. Oh, yeah. I mean, we've already killed a bunch of Dark Fog Hives. Drones. Let's put drones up to, God, 1,000 of them would take care of 10 ILSs. God, we're going to just slam that up to 20K. Corvettes. We burned through these. Let's put that up to 5K. That's probably more than we need, but we'll call that good there. These guys on planet buffer, we'll put that at a row. Thrusters. These are provided to the line somewhere, so we're going to go like that. This is these guys. We'll leave that as a full output buffer. Corvettes. On planet, we'll put that at... Call that a row on planet. These are basically going to distribute to us. So the only time this buffer really matters is for going down the line or for getting given to us directly. The hope is that we're not going to really need to come to this planet at all. The hope is that we're more or less just going to call things from wherever we are. That's why I designed it the way I designed it. These guys we need substantially less because there's only 10 per tower. So we'll do a row here on planet. Did I adjust this? I did adjust that. Good shit. Destroyers. We'll put that at a row here. In here, we're going to put this at, let's say... Let's call this 500. I mean, at 10 per, that's 50 ILS's worth of ships. Shit, how many do we have draining in here? Well, let's just let the whole line drain. Well, 470, not bad. All right, we'll put that at 500. Destroyers. I think we'll also put that at... Let's put that at 1,000. These things I never use, now, especially now that we're almost done with the last research to integrate that into the towers, so we're never going to use those. Same things with these things for me. I honestly don't use large storages a lot because the small storages fit on top of the splitters. So I'll put that at 100 just to be proactive about the future. This is receiving those from another thing. We'll give this a row buffer just, you know, for the sake of building. These things I give 0 fucks about, so we're going to do that. We'll leave the belt set up so that in case we want them, we can actually turn them on from another system. Large storages, I'll leave 2 in that buffer, also leaving that go to there. Gauze turrets, likely never going to use. What is this? This is the engines to make things. We'll limit you to a row. Anything that's used for the line that we're not doing quite often. Missile turrets, not likely, but I'll give it 2. It's really highly unlikely we're going to be using missile turrets anywhere. Implosion cannons I've never used, so I'm going to drop that down to a 1 because I think the plasma turrets are going to do more for us than anything. In here. You know what? I'll give that 100. These I'm not going to do any. These I'm not going to do any. I'm going to let the row drain in here. Okay, I'm not going to use bullets likely. Do I want any of that coming back in? No, that'll do. Got to remember there's going to be a small output buffer on the belt itself. These things are going to make and fill the belt up to the tower. Again, if you guys wind up downloading this blueprint once I've stress tested it and uploaded it, feel free to change settings, delete belts, whatever is necessary. I'm planning on doing a YouTube video to explain the whole system. That way, you know, everybody knows what to do. I'm not going to use those. I'm not going to use you. I'm not going to use you. Those go down the line. If we do use bullets, we're going to use the good bullets. So I'm going to reverse path on those. Same thing with these. We're going to reverse path on those. But again, I don't use bullets, so we're going to call that nothing. Again, I put hydrogen fuel rods on here just in case somebody one day wants to build this fast, like right off the bat. I can't imagine doing that, but you know, when I try to share blueprints and ideas like this, I wanna make it versatile. So I had to get some shenanigans going over here with these belts and stuff. You guys don't have any idea how long it took me to make this fucking thing happen. It's just bonkers. The antimatter fuel rods. Okay, so we don't care about that. We don't care about that. The antimatter fuel rods, I'm going to want a good amount here. We're going to put this at 5K. This is what's going to supply us fuel and what's going to supply this planet fuel. So we're going to go to local supply on that. We're going to keep it remote storage because I don't want this sending stuff to other planets we're going to have our main production facility in our power plant system that's going to be sending these out to other planets. We can always pull from that if we need to. If we desperately need this before the point where that's up and running, which I can't really see doing, we can always go into the settings from the menu from I, change that to remote supply and snag them that way, or come back to this planet. This will be set up for the yellow supply ones when and if that time comes. As far as output buffer on these, I'm going to let that be a full box. Like I said, it's going to be providing power to this planet. This thing, kind of same thing. Right? Yeah. These, never use them. Also, those become the next tier, so we're going to reverse this belt. But these I never use either, so we're going to throw that down to there. That's set like that. Missiles. These guys, I'm going to set that to 1,000. If we actually get to these, we should get to them. I'd really like to get to them. I'd like to have a decent amount on hand for us to do. Are we going to supply that as power? I'm not sure yet, so we'll leave that as is. Missiles we're not going to use. Did we reverse the belt? We reversed the belt on that. I mean, we're going to, if we use missiles, we're going to use the top tier missiles. So we're going to reverse this belt on the regular missiles, and did I not? I don't think I actually hooked up. No, there are those. Okay, so reverse belt on that. Wait, is that engines? That is engines. Any of these I'm setting at 1. I mean, they're not expensive to make. Just because, you know? I mean, if we do decide we need certain things, we want them to be available. These guys, I don't care. Oh wait, is this an output? It is an output.
Mineral depleted.
Past Nether might have screwed up here. Past Nether screwed up here. Oh no, I see what I did. I see what I did. These actually just go next door, but they go somewhere else too? Okay, I'm gonna have to trust Past Nether on this one. I'm gonna have to trust him on this one. I don't see why this does that. Oh, because I didn't have a third input for this. It has to have an output and has to go down the line. Hang on a second. That goes down the line. What do you require? Regular missiles. That's wrong. That should be missiles. Right, so that's... The missiles are coming out there and being provided here. And going down the line to these guys, right? Holy shit. Okay, I guess we're troubleshooting this. Can't wait to see. So missiles are definitely outputting to that belt, which goes into here. So this is definitely the missiles. Gotcha, gotcha. Prioritize from that side. That's the thrusters that are coming in. Those are limited. What's coming in here? See, that doesn't make sense because we've got these coming in here, which is not what we need. But what we do need is the regular missiles. So these should be set to regular missiles. Right, because those are coming in here, but we also needed the thrusters, and that's how they fit. So the regular missiles... No, but those come in there. What do you need? Processors, which are on the line. Thrusters, which are here. Missiles, which are coming from over there. This is actually supposed to be... these, I think. I think, right? So, like... it's pulling the missiles from here. It's pulling the processors from here. It's pulling the thrusters from here. So it would be pulling... and it's pushing here. So it would be pulling these from here. And that's supposed to be coming out. It is. Okay, so that's the right settings for that. God. Complicated systems, guys. We'll set you to a buffer of... God, I'm just going to set that to a 2. We really don't... we're not going to be using missiles a lot. Where do you set to those? Same thing over here. Let's be real with ourselves here. Let's, you know, we got to be realistic. What is this? This is the regular missiles. We're not going to be using regular missiles. It's really hard for me to be realistic. I am one of those people who's like, give me options. Give me all the options, right? So you want crystals. You want these. Like, I am a legitimate options whore. I mean, for real, like just a legitimate options whore. But let's be a little bit realistic for the sake of this thing getting spun up reasonably. I don't use jammer towers. I don't use any of that. In case we want these missiles, I'm going to put them on 500. Like, I know I just said be realistic, but, you know, let's be nether realistic. I'm not going to use those ever. Alright, let's check all these buffers. 0. 1. I mean, we should be able to change these settings pretty much from anywhere anyway, so... God, I kind of want to do a second pass on this. I don't know if I want to bore you guys that much, though. Like, the last 3 streams have been about this system. So, I mean, it's a badass system, and it's coming together nicely, but I'm sure everybody, including myself, is anxious and ready to get on to other projects. Okay, so... oh, inputs? Now we gotta set inputs. Okay. These are going all the way up. because anytime we send stuff back, we'd want there to be plenty of space for it. So across the board, all of these can be set to here. These are the request towers. I divided up the request and the send towers for reasons to be able to prioritize where things are getting pulled from. But the request towers can all go all the way up. We always want to be able to send stuff from wherever we are back here, and this won't affect anything. This is just the buffer for... God, let's do a count of how many times Nether says the word buffer today. It'll be a buffer? Oh my god. Love it. Thank you, Zombie. Oh, because we have that set up already. Let's drop you back down. You know what? That's okay. That's fine. I don't mind that happened, honestly. This is a different story with the charged ones. These are going to be awkward. You love a buffer. What's up, Delicath? How's it wiggling? We do have a little bit more on this. This is why I made this game a Saturday game as well. I mean, we've been streaming for almost an hour already, and we've been doing settings the entire time. Next up is actually going to the first planet and ripping down our mall, and then reintegrating it into this system. Then after we do that, we can turn on the main bus. It's wiggling. Haven't the faintest clue what I'm looking at. So as an Ani player, you're going to appreciate this. This is a planet that takes in raw resources and makes everything in the game. Every building, every ammo, every accessory, everything that we could possibly ever need. And we can go anywhere in the galaxy and call it to us. We just drop down a tower and say, I want smelters, and they come from this planet to us. And then when we don't need stuff, we put down a tower and say, this is extra, and it sends it back to this planet. And whenever you send stuff back to this planet, it automatically sorts it with priority for incoming items, as opposed to items off the production line. That is a really good question, Leviathan. Next question. At the moment, we're only using 800 megawatts. I've got a bunch of artificial stars here. If we're charging everything, quite a fucking bit. But this planet shouldn't consume a lot of power on the regular. It'll only consume power when it needs to produce. So it's going to have a lot of power consumption once everything starts ramping up now. And then once all of the buffers are full and the belts are all saturated, the power use should drop down to a very minimal amount. And then when we request an item, then it's going to like spike up a little bit to make that item and all of the necessary components for it, and then drop back down once the buffers are full again. So I don't know, idling... We're going to find out together is more or less the answer to that question, because I haven't stress tested or real world tested this thing at all. Into steam turbines. Oh shit, these are the resources. That's a joke. No, I literally was like, can I do that? Okay, these resource buffers we're going to do now. Let me just make sure. Yeah, let's go down the line one more time. We'll go from a different angle. It was at a funny angle. It was behind you, Tyrone. When you reverse, things come from behind. For now, that one we're going to leave. Actually, we're going to limit that to a row. When this gets up and running, we don't need to limit it. You know what? Let's limit this to a row. I know the power varies depending on the machines that are working at the same time, but it'd be funny to know how much when everything is working together. That's a good question, and I'm not going to make the joke. Is there any way on here to see what potential power consumption is? Because I was trying to figure that out. Right now, I have 70 artificial stars down here, and we're generating 10 gigawatts of power. That's kind of unrealistic, but they're not burning very hot, so they should last quite a while. And that was just a just in case. I'm like, there's no real chance that we're going to need all 70 artificial stars. All right, Past Nether did a pretty good job. Don't need any of those. That one doesn't need a buffer. This one is good at a row. This one's good at a row. An infinite amount of refineries. More realistic numbers now there. We can crank that later. Even when this gets going, we're not going to need more than a row at once, I don't think. Oh, rockets? Yeah, rockets. Rocket launchers, we can get down to a 1. PLSs, ILSs. You know what? The buffer on these, we're gonna lower the buffer on those. That's good. You know, on planet, we don't need this to be big. We're never going to actually request. Actually, we don't need an on-planet buffer on that. We'll give it a buffer over here in case we need to grab some when we're doing a project. Those don't need to have a buffer at all. You on-planet buffer. I'm gonna bring this down. I'm gonna try and get more realistic stuff going on over here. These are the plasma turrets, right? Yeah, we're gonna need some of those. These guys. God, I feel like 5 is even too much. Let's just stay a little bit more conservative this time around. Are these the planetary shields? Yeah, I don't know why I'm limiting that to anything other than a 1. This we got a big thing going. We need 0 of those, a row of those. Ani Seeds are apparently convinced I need 3 liquid sulfur geysers, 2 playthroughs in a row. Dear God, that's an unnecessary amount of nonsense. So, grub fruits all day long, right? Now, the people that are experienced with this game, first one was Bionics only, so I was like, what the fuck do I do with this pie? Feed it to the tree. The reason I'm being so ridiculous with this and making sure I do all these settings, because once we turn that bus on, all of this starts getting made. And I would prefer for this not to take a lifetime to spin up the items that we actually need. So I'm trying to be as conservative as possible with the way we have this set up and still meet our needs. You know what I mean? Oh, Automod, you do a good job. I appreciate you. I think Aya might still be sleeping, so I'm glad that our AI assistants are working. You know what? No. We're going to put that down to a 0. Yeah, that's going to be providing power to the planet once it gets going. Oh, we do have one other project I need to do here. We need to put down ray receivers for this planet. Because I want this planet to be self-sustainable. Okay, I think we've done all the settings, right? All right, let's open the floodgates, I suppose. So now that we've set all of the production buffers and settings and belt directions, it's time to bring the resources to the main bus. Then we can see what is and is not coming in, chase down any bottlenecks and issues, and go from there. So you, sir. Whoop. 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 Look at that beautiful nonsense. That's going to be on local demand because we're going to be making that ourselves. Local demand, remote demand, remote demand, remote. Remote supply. Yep, that's all sorted. That's all sorted. All right. So our planet is turned on. we better take it out on the date real quick. All right, so this is our belts. They're saturating. So production should be started. Now our power is up to 2.6 gigawatts of consumption, up from a half a gigawatt, because we've actually got things going. Now that is a beautiful sight. First one was, okay, I already read that. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, it's going to take a long time now for everything to process, so it is time for us to rip down our old mall and dump all that into this storage. First, we're going to implement Bill's idea, though. We're going to put a line in there, and what is it, 7? I'm going to try and get these hotkeys going. I'm going to put 2 of these down, just to be absurd. I mean, this build is obscene anyway, so why not just go all the way? No, never mind, never mind. Let's, let's just make it look good. Okay, 3... what is it? F6? Actually, no. I want that to be pile sorters, so we got to put some of those in our inventory. So 7F7? No, it's 3F7. I'm going to learn these hotkeys. And now let's test the... Okay, so that needs power. 1F1. Put that there. Let's test this by doing that. That picks all that up and sends it into the line. Beautiful. I like that. Okay, so then we can grab this, delete that, grab this, delete. Those can go there. Great idea, Bill. Should organize our bar too, but we'll do that in a second. Anything else I want to get into the system? You know what? I don't need those on me at the moment. Okay, well, let's get the quantums on our bar. There are better uses for this slot than missiles. These guys can go back into the system. So can those guys... how many of these? We have 500 of these on us, so I don't need any of those on us. Level 1 sorters can go back. These are... It's a single level 3. That can go back in. don't need a full stack of those on us. We've got 100 ILSs on us. We don't need all of these in our inventory, so those can go back in. Plasma turrets. Don't currently need those on us. Laser turrets can go on our bar over here. How did I wind up with 3 of those? What do I have this set on? Call that at least 500. Love that. Does this sort every game item? Yes, Milky. This planet takes in raw resources, provides every item in the game to ascend and to receive, so you can send stuff back to it. Sorts every single item you could possibly drop into it. Sends any raw resources you drop to the production facility associated with it. Sends anything that's not used on the planet, such as rockets, to an ILS to send it to whatever planet is using it. What else? Oh, prioritizes input. Anything you send in gets prioritized to go into the output buffer first. Anything you send back through an ILS system gets prioritized second for the send buffer, and then it pulls off the line from new production. It took me a long time to design this, and took us 2 streams to build it. Today we're going over the settings, dropping in extra resources, double checking setting, like, bottlenecks, and we're going to go rip down our old starter mall and drop all those items into the system. Once we've stress tested it, I'll be making the blueprint available. There's a few other things we need to do to make this fully sustainable. I was going to import power from our power system that we're going to be building, but I'm going to actually put down ray receivers so that this place can make its own antimatter, because we do have a small Dyson sphere in this system, which we need to upgrade, which we should really do. 4.24 gigawatts. Yeah, we're going to need to upgrade this sphere. How is the sphere in our power supply system coming along? 10.9 gigawatts. Thank you, Mikey. I really appreciate that. Sorry if I called you Milky. I'm waiting for my new glasses to come in, so actually the glasses I have make it harder for me to see, so I'm going without them at the moment. But if I accidentally call anybody the wrong thing or call it right by the wrong name, just call me out on it. Okay, let's let this planet cook, and let's go rip down our old mall and import it into the system. And then once we've done that, we should be at the point where we can identify and fix any bottlenecks or incorrect settings in the system, and we can get on to some other projects, i.e. getting our power system up and building a good dark fog farm that can supply the dark fog components we need. Oh god, just land. There you go. Oop. Oh, you're still pulling stuff? That's fine. This is our starter planet. It is... I mean, as far as starter planets go, it ain't bad, but... was and still is kind of janky. Okay. Crap, where do we even start this process? Fuck it, let's just start killing whatever we have to kill. Try to let these towers empty out here. What is this thing producing? Yeah, this is my like my baby. This project is like this is something I've wanted to do since I started playing this game. I'm obsessed with storage systems and organization in every game I play. So this was huge for me. You're going to item production, so I can't kill you entirely. Oh shit, what are we dropping on the ground? Alright, we're gonna kind of manually fly back and forth for now. Just to make sure this happens, reasonably speaking. I want to have a little control over this while we're doing it. God, that's so pretty. I love that I did it this way and didn't stack things on top of each other. This build could have been made so much more efficiently, but... Okay, let's organize... Do I have ray receivers? Yes, I do. Those can go down here. All right, this is going to take us a little while to do this, and I know we could, in theory, just delete some of this stuff or send it over to this spot through the ILSs, but I want to do this way because it's a good way to, like, stress test the system. Wait, what is this belt? Whatever it is, it's empty. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely going to take a hot second. Anyway, those belts are beautiful. Thank you, Mikey. Appreciate that. And again, if anybody has any questions, thoughts, comments, concerns, suggestions, I'm always open to that. This is a dialogue when we're streaming. I know some people like to, you know, be like pro athletes and pro, you know, like, and be like, just put on a show. I'm here to have a dialogue with everybody, hang out, make friends, chill, you know. So I am not opposed to conversation, as it were. We've already had some good ideas. Bill suggested this this Babs so that we don't have to actually put things in boxes, and I freaking love that idea. So let's do the things. We may want to put down a second one. Now, we'll probably never be doing anything this large as far as dumping things into the system ever again, so... boop. All right, before we go back again, let's take a look down our line, make sure stuff is actually functioning the way it's supposed to. Looking for any lines that are backed up to make sure the proper items are there. Nice. A lot of drones coming in because we made an excess of those for this planet. Never gonna go out of style. Never didn't have it. Wow, we made a lot of drones. Did I really make that many drones? Oops. I mean, 100 of them go in a tower, so that's 70, that's 80 towers worth that's in there already. This is why you need an organized system, guys. You wind up accidentally making too much of fucking everything. For Christ's sakes. I mean, I did set the send buffer at 20,000, so... Okay. Wait, is this more of them? It is more of them. Are you fucking kidding me, past Nether? What the fuck were you thinking, bro? Holy shit, what the fuck was I thinking? I guess the answer was I wasn't. But I don't see any clogged lines of incorrect items, so... Oh. Okay, so we're gonna actually swap this over. Oh. Should have left that on. Whatever, it's fine. It'll all sort itself out eventually.
Mineral depleted.
Oh my god, the backside proliferator line is full. Oh, yes! Okay, we're getting there. Let's keep ferrying stuff back and forth. This is going to take us a little while, but it's worth it.
Cruise mode.
Then we got lots of projects to get done today. And I mean lots of projects to get done.
Cruise ending.
Our goal is to get a solid dark fog farm. And get our power planet making good amounts of power today. Which means we've got to upgrade our rocket production at one point here. But now that this planet's not making our items, it should take some stress off of it so that it can make other things that it needs. Science and whatnot. Science and rockets. Oh god, where is our mall? Over here. Okay, all of this is going. You guys have no idea how much this makes me happy.
A seed is approaching your system.
I know the planet is right next door, but I literally can get lost in my own backyard if I don't put a marker.
Cruise mode. Cruise and flight mode. Mineral depleted.
Ooh, these guys. Do I have a spot on my hotbar for these guys yet? No. Okay. I should probably just put down a box with this stuff, just so I have more room to ferry things back and forth. Right? For now, we're going to put a box down here. That is our main inventory, but now we'll have more room to ferry things back and forth. And I won't have to think, I can just do the whole inventory. And this should be the last time we really have to manually do anything other than when we rip stuff down. And as we find stuff to clean up around the planet, we'll do so. I mean, I guess we'll slap one of those back down since there are a couple of resources here. These towers will be here for a while, just providing what resources they pulled over to the rest of the planet. And when they empty out or they get down real low, we'll rip them down, or when they get in our way, either way. So supply. That needs to be dealt with because we don't actually have anything on this planet demanding those, so we're gonna have to deal with that manually.
Mineral depleted. Cruise mode.
Like I said, we got a lot of work to do. That's why we're going to go for a very long stream today.
Flight.
Funny thing is, I think actually the boxes will be a little bit more efficient this way. Hold on. Because we can just... I can't believe how fast the time goes when you play this game. Like, it's just insane. I feel like we just got started, and it's been a couple of hours already. Yeah, there's gonna be just a bit of cleanup when all this happens. Honestly, I probably should have done this before turning on the raw resources for the main bus. Just so all this got integrated first. But, you know, first time spinning up this system and all. Crazy sauce. All right. Like I said, now that we're not producing items on that planet, science and God, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Science and antimatter should take over a lot. And we still got a bit of work. Like I said, I want to get ray receivers down on this planet, but that also does mean we need to expand our Dyson sphere. So we're gonna have to ramp up a few things on the starter planet to get that going. God, this is so satisfying. A good item system in any game, like a good sorting and storage system in any game where you're doing a lot of building, especially on a large scale, just makes me happy. When I first started playing Minecraft, that was my main goal. I was like, before I get too into any real big projects, like, I'm going to get my starter base down, which was bigger than it should have been, and I'm immediately going to learn enough about redstone to follow a tutorial to make a dope storage system. I did wind up actually combining a bunch of stuff, and given how little I knew about the game when I started, it was, I gotta say, I was pretty impressed with myself for being able to actually pull some of that off. But yeah, I also, like, for example, that my Minecraft world is a great example. This is a 2-year-long project. I put the link up. Links to all my channels and stuff will be in the description if you're watching back on the VOD. You can't do a mega project of that size without a proper storage system keeping you straight. I mean, you can. It's just going to take you a lot longer. I'm not here to tell anybody what they can or can't do, but Definitely going to tell you it made life a lot easier to have proper storage going. Dear Bob, do we have a lot of stuff here? Yeah, so like, I swear to God, they're just motors, green motors and blue motors. I feel like everybody says that, but there's the electromagnetic turbines and the supermagnetic rings. It looks like supermagnetic rings is definitely a bottleneck in our main production line, because the moment we hit supply on those, they all go right out the door. This is completely over-engineered. I mean, the whole system is completely over-engineered. This is what it takes to make an entire belt of anti-annihilation constraint spheres, is this footprint, which is absolutely freaking insane. And that's at the next tier. We've got tier 3 assemblers. We need the dark fog tier assemblers to actually do that for real. So
Mineral depleted. Cruise mode.
we are almost done with this, and then we can put some more finishing touches on this place. Double check that all that stuff's actually... God, if some of that is sorting to the wrong spot, I'm gonna be sad. What's in here? We can take that tower down. That won't overload our inventory. Same thing with you. You are full of stuff. Too much there. Like, when we get done with this, we might actually have to increase some of the buffers and stuff like that. That's why we're doing it like this. I'm trying to keep half an eye on what's going on. Like I said, stress testing. Oh, God. Yeah. check a few things while that's doing its thing. Nice, we've got frame material going into the system. Is anything backed up over here? Actually, it wouldn't even back up because we set the system to loop. That's gonna back up. All right, let's grab some storage. Should have done this earlier on. I know we just dumped an ass load of that in there. And that's already backed up on the line. You are set to prioritize. Yep. I know we dumped a buttload of titanium alloy in here.
Mineral depleted.
I will probably expand all of these upward at one point, but for now, that's going to be what it is. This system does loop, so it won't actually fully back up unless you saturate a belt that wraps around the entire planet. So it goes down the line sorting everything, and then it comes back to the beginning. In case any section of the system backs up, as those resources get used, it can then go in there if we don't have a large enough input buffer for the sorting system. So if we come back and we chill for a second, we see anything on this part of the belt, we know that that part of the system is backed up and we can go and deal with it. That's why we're, I know I've said that's why we're doing it this way, but that's why we're doing it this way. Damn it, I didn't set a location. Meat suit maintenance from Digsby? Alright, let me get to a planet that I can land on real quick. Where is the planet? This is how bad I am at directions, guys. Don't send me anywhere without a GPS. Alright, we pause. We stretch. Oh, God, good pop. Thank you, Digsby. Oh, God, that was a good stretch, too. Oh, God, yes. Okay, we're going to do squats. We do 5 squats per redemption to keep Nether healthy and out of the hospital. Nice. If I wasn't doing the day job where I stand all day, we probably would have upped that to 10 per redemption. But my legs hurt because I do stand 8 hours a day at my my day job. Let's knock back a glass of water. We got another squats. What's this about 5? All right, Bronny, I got another 5 for you. Okay. And Delikoth redeemed hydrate. 3. That hurts. And apparently everybody wants me to take a restroom break. So, okay. I'm gonna pour this glass. You're gonna have to give me a minute though, Delikoth. Excuse me. Because I can't do that much water back to back. Give me 2 minutes on that. Let me chill for a second. Oh, also, this factory's got to get ripped down. Since we're right here anyway. Oh, God. Well, we got a lot of foundation. Oh, God. We're gonna need it, though, because we're gonna,
Mineral depleted.
we're gonna pull apart an entire planet. Okay, we're gonna remote demand that to empty that tower out. Good shit, though. Oh, same thing over here. My doggo is laying on his side on my bed right now. Aw, sweetie. We have a cute animal section on the Discord, so if you feel like sharing it, we all love to see the adorable animals. The fur babies keep us sane, don't they?
Extraterrestrial dark fog consulting.
That thing. Oh, all right. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go look. Normally I wait till after, but oh, the cute face. Like, zombie, come snuggle me. Why is the computer more interesting than me? I am sweet. Give me the pets. I love animals. My kitty is sleeping in my spot on the bed. Ooh, that was more like, why did you take the picture of me? Look, yeah. We're gonna try and sneak a picture of the sleeping kitty on my bed. If I look at him when I do it, even if he's got his back turned, he knows. Okay. I've been trying to do daily pictures attack and putting them up there, but you know, we get maybe a couple a week because is that your pet, Delicoth? He looks hungry. Aw, I'm sorry. I don't even know if you're joking or serious right now, but if you are serious, I freaking love you, man, and I'm sorry you gotta go through stuff. Aw, big love, my dude. Why do you use Assemblers Mark III instead of Dark Fog ones? Because I fucked up my Dark Fog farm, Leviathan. Because I accidentally destroyed the relay station, so we don't have those resources coming in. Whatever ones are here, I'll probably grab and put them on my hotbar once we finish doing all this, but the short answer is I'm a fucking idiot. Then I built another Dark Fog farm and did the same thing. They are. Yeah, right? That's why I did them that way instead of like stacking them on top of each other. I wanted it to look like circuit boardy and just like how nice does that hit your brain? Right? there was a lot of rule of cool on this one. You know, like, yes, I could make this super space efficient. Yes, I could, like, leave out certain things that I don't need, etc., etc. But doing the belts like that and then doing every single item in the game, not just the ones I generally use, it was kind of more of a, this will be cool if I can do it. Oh, here's the production for some stuff that we just moved, so... Man, coils, such a bottleneck across the board. All of this stuff. I remember a very old blueprint to make Casimir crystals, and once the hydrogen started flowing into the design, it was very satisfying watching all the spirals. Yeah. There's something that I think that's like what makes this game so much fun is when you build something like this or like any other cool project, that feeling of watching it spin up is just so amazing. Like you see a whole planet just like come to life with the drones and everything like that, you know? Okay, I understand. It happens once to me. I destroyed the core of the farm, but I preferred to recover the previous autosave. I have a rule about not going back to saves in games. I know I'm a masochist for it, but I refuse to go back to saves. It's just, ever since I started playing RimWorld, it's been my thing. We're going to have enough foundation to pave the whole galaxy, and I like that. I don't know. There's something about taking the hit that makes the game feel more real. I mean, not real. I don't know. I need to feel my mistakes. I might facepalm, I might curse, I might get really upset, but it like cements that mistake in my memory so I don't make it again. Also, all the belts are marked, so you can mouse over them at any point and be like, what am I missing? Yeah, there's no question on this stream whether I'm a masochist or not. Like, I'm kind of looking forward to next weekend. Friday, I'll be driving a forklift all day for inventory. Saturday, might do the do data entry, and Sunday driving forklift all day for inventory recounts. Nice. Large machinery is fun. Ooh, I'm glad you brought up next weekend, actually. Guys, I will either be starting late or taking next Friday, I guess this Friday, however you look at it, a week from yesterday off. It's been a long time since I've done anything just sheerly entertainment-wise. Like, I know it sounds nerdy, but we're a nerdy group anyway. Oh, Jesus. We're going to have to come back for that. The new Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy crossover releases, does pre-release on Friday, and I haven't done any type of pre-release game thing in longer than I can remember. Yeah, it's not necessarily like IRL responsibilities. I'm going to prioritize something that like really brings me joy for once in my life. I mean, not that streaming doesn't bring me joy. I freaking love doing this, but I kind of want to like go and do something that. Okay, I need a little bit of belt. Do I not have storage on me? I remember the midnight release of Wrath of the Lich-King World. Oh yeah, oh god. I didn't go to the midnight release of it, but when I went to pick up Wrath of the Lich King, there were 2 other people there in the elevator with me when we were all like were leaving the Target. I think it was it Target maybe, and we all literally had our copy of Wrath of the Lich King in our hands, and we all just looked at each other and smiled like. I forget what we said, but one of us we said something like, "Are you guys ready?" or like, "How fucking stoked are you?" or something like that. And like all of us we just gave each other that look like, you know. Okay, storage is locked up, or that shouldn't happen. So we've got our first major hiccup here. Ah, grading crystals going back on the line. Okay. And we don't have storages on us, which means that those logistics bots are not getting... Like I said, stress testing the system. Now, we shouldn't have to bring this many raw resources over at any given time, but... let's go check why we're not automatically receiving storage from our bots. Everything else we have on our hotbar, so why are we not getting storage boxes? Provide 2 Icarus. Because iron plate is not on the bus yet. But didn't we have... We had storage though, right? Oh, I remember. Our original storage production was completely shut down, and we had a little bit more than what we needed for this planet, so... And that's still not enough room for all the grading crystal. Oof. Did I throw any storage boxes in here?
Mineral depleted.
In my inventory? Do I? I might be blind. Those are liquid storage. Or am I missing something? Yeah. Alright, we can make this right. This should be the last hand card. So, iron ingots and stone. Let's just steal you. And let's snag some of you.
Insufficient materials.
Alright, that unclogged the line.
Fabrication complete.
Slow and steady. Don't worry, Fussy. What can I call you? Because I have no idea how to pronounce your name, honestly. Fussipnos? Fussy? Okay. Alright, Fussy. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody. There are many a time when my eyeballs are not helping me, so... Alright, let's make sure this graveyard is
Mineral depleted.
set to be a graveyard. Oh wait, are those... No, okay. Why are we not making deuterium fuel rods? Because the super magnetic rings are... Alright, we'll wait to chase down that issue momentarily. Trying to remember what else on this planet. Oh, you were coming from somewhere else, weren't you? Oh god. I don't have belt. Alright, we gotta come back and fix that. I gotta grab some belt. We got to grab all that off the ground, too. If anybody was coming for new projects, I do apologize that we're spending the first, like, 3 hours finishing this up, but this was always the inevitability of this scale of a build. Let me snag a little bit of... Oh, I had belt in my freaking... I'm an idiot. I can't wait till the rest of this planet is ripped down and we can repurpose it for something else. Before we can do that, we need a planet that's making rockets, a planet that's making science, and a planet that's producing all of the items to support that, so... Dear God, what happened? NG99K, sub 2 months in a row. Thank you for the sub, NG. I really appreciate that. You're awesome. Big hugs, big love. All the support for the channel and for the content has just been absolutely wonderful. Everybody's just been super chill and super kind, and I'm trying my best here to do good. Oh no, not gears, not gears, not gears! No! F3. Alright, that fixes our temporary problem. Just want to knock down a couple of these if we can. Oh, like this one's empty. This one is not set properly to deal with itself. Well, that may or may not have been a bad idea, but that's fine.
Mineral depleted.
Oh, I still owe Delikoth that hydrate. Cheers. Oh, as I fly off to a random place in space. Okay, line is backed up again.
Mineral depleted.
Oh, we're backed up with these guys. That is quite the feat, honestly. Totally makes sense, though. We had an obscene amount of those. I mean, we're gonna need an obscene amount. There's definitely gonna be more planets that we pave over, so...
Mineral depleted.
We'll help the system get along a little bit here. Yeah, we made a lot of foundations. Oh. In fact, we should probably start pulling them over. Yeah, we'll do that. It'll prioritize these first, so we're not like shooting ourselves in the foot no matter what, but... I am so happy with this planet. So happy. It was always going to be a massive project to get this done, so... Dear God, we might still not have enough room for all of the foundation coming in. Jesus Christ. I might have overmade foundation. Oof. Maybe just a little. Maybe just a... I was so short on it when we were building this planet that I overcompensated. Okay. I guess we'll deal with that in a different way. I mean, I wanted to stress test the system, so we're definitely stressing it. You can't tell me this is not an awesome way to rip down and resort a planet, though. Like, this feels good. Alright, we gotta go deal with the relay station. Oh, you're closer than I thought. Easy enough to deal with that.
Mineral depleted. Cruise mode. Warp engine activated.
Oh shit, flew right past it. Was looking at the planetary dark fog. See, we set up a turtle farm on a planet that had... I don't remember who called it a turtle farm, but basically a let them come to us farm, and it was a planet with like 5 or 6 or more dark fog bases on it. And it would have been a great idea as a long-term solution, but I accidentally killed all the relay stations. So there's only one thing re-landed there, and that was... It's now up to level 7, and I'm like, ugh, I want more to land there, but I'm also not willing to force it.
Dark fog is assaulting.
See, and there's things like this that don't have anywhere to go that we kind of have to move. All right, we did everything back that way already. Although, yeah, engines, there's definitely some use for engines. I don't remember what they are. It's an unnecessary amount here. Alright. This... I want to say this is going to be the last ferry trip back and forth, but I do want to check the planet to see if there's any factories that we can decommission now that we've moved all this stuff up here, because there is a bunch of stuff spread out on the starter planet. Obviously, it's the starter planet, so... You know what? Instead of struggling to find room to put things, let's just... Alright, looks like the line is backed up again. We know that's going to be a storage issue, so let's find where it's backed up. It's backed up right here. Makes sense, because there's a lot of engines.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Can't get too obsessed with watching it. The thing about making an awesome machine in any game is that once you've made it, there's this temptation to just sit and watch it work. And like, we're streaming, so we're not going to sit and watch it work too much. We'll probably, you know, we'll probably keep an eye on it a little bit and marvel at our creation just a touch here and there, but no time to fuck around, as it were. Alright, you don't have a lot in you, so we can get rid of you. You've got too much to just delete. You've got too much to just delete. Alright, let's take a little jaunt around. These things have completed their need. We'll do a little... Oh, there's coal here? Pfft. Good goddamn shit. Let's get that going. What's in this tower? Oil? Yeah. That can get deleted. I know that's a waste of oil, but it's stopping me from placing this mining drill, and right now coal is amazing. That is a good find. Didn't even realize we were doing that. You are empty. What are you? Come back and grab that shit later. Oh. Ugh. I mean, we have a place for oil, but... Hold on. I'm gonna go over here. And drop that oil. Then I'm gonna come over here and pick this stuff up to see if any of this is... Cool. And we're gonna delete the oil. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of cleanup, and then after that we'll take a restroom break. Okay, yeah, we were just over here a few minutes ago.
Mineral depleted.
Science is doing its thing. I find it to be a very satisfying thing to do cleanup projects. Oh, you know what? Our original bullshit, like our OG freaking mall. This is all obsolete, like by far obsolete. That's a nice feeling. That was one of the first things we laid down in this world. Where's that coal going? Into there. Should have some belt on us. Yeah. Okay, and then let's run that into that machine. I knew there were going to be some cleanup projects we could do. Like some things like, here we go. those are already done with what they're doing. Oof, this whole spot is dead. We have just about picked our entire starter planet clean, which is just super cool. And we're back around to the graveyard that was our second mall, the main one we've been using so far. Got water going in there, which we could probably change later, but not important right now. I mean, sure, that can eat up the last of that. That's fine with me. All right, let's go dump this off, and then we can actually start doing some building. Okay, let's chase down where this is backing up. Annihilation constraint spheres. We got to go deal with this seed. But on the plus side, I think let's go deal with this seed. We'll have to keep an eye on the system while there's still all that stuff in the input section, just to make sure it doesn't back up again and we don't have to put down more storage. But then we can start building a few other things, like putting down some ray receivers for photons. Although we do have to get that Dyson sphere larger. We might stop the rockets from going to our other system and start them going to... Oh, wait. Oh, see? Look at that. That's where the rockets are going right now. How gorgeous is that? Ah, it's so beautiful. But we might... Nauseum! What's going on? How you doing? Welcome in. Guys, go check out Nauseum if you haven't already. Wonderful human being. Nauseum, we have been working on a mega project, and it's just about done. I just bought tickets for the steam-powered giraffe show. Somehow in your community recommend. Oh yeah. I did some reaction videos to steam-powered giraffe, and Aster absolutely is obsessed with them. They found me because that's their favorite band, and they saw the reaction and joined the community, and they've been here ever since, just loving it. So yeah, they're very cool group. Turns out in July they'll be playing casino about 30 minutes west of small town. Oh, awesome! Hell yeah! Take pictures, post pictures. All right. I didn't actually want to land on this planet, but okay, where are we at on our nonsense here? I'm hyped. They look awesome. Growing up in Seattle, there were a lot of bands with that kind of vibe. No shit. I'd really never heard anything too much like that until I heard of them. So I'm happy to hear that there's more stuff, because I think it's so interesting what they do and so unique that not even, well, there's a lot of bands and I guess it's not as unique as I thought, but I think it's nice to see something off the beaten path of like pop music and, you know, your standard issue blues and rock progressions, you know? Something that's a little more off the beaten path, so to speak. Sound I've heard of, the aesthetic is very much the thing in Seattle, at least in the 2000s. Love it. All right, I'm gonna leave 3 of these things down. Oh God. All right, let's go check on our foundations, because that's what's going through the system currently. We might have to manually make some adjustments here. Artificial stars. Nice. I was talking with Aster and DMs a bit ago and had a funny experience because they knew they were playing there. I mentioned I lived in central Iowa and they said, "Oh wait, how far is that from Jefferson?" Like, how the hell is someone point out a reference of Iowa Jefferson? Aster's obsessed with Steam Powered Giraffe, so I'm not surprised they know every location that they're playing. Yeah, nauseum. This is what we built over the last few streams. It's like a person's point of reference for California being one specific gas station in Death Valley. I mean, I'd say that's all pretty cool. Yeah, did I explain this to you? I've explained it a lot, but I love explaining it. This planet takes in raw resources and makes everything in the game. Every building, every ammo, everything. Also functions as a sorting system, so you can drop anything you want off, and it just does the thing. Oh, we are backed up at thrusters. So you literally just dump anything you want. Bill suggested putting down the Babs so that we could just literally come over here, drop stuff on the floor, and go. And it prioritizes stuff too. So anything that we're dumping into the system prioritizes going to the send buffer before anything else. Serial setup? Oh God. So anything here is not part of the main production bus. So this distributes it back to where the raw resource is being produced or where it's being used on the planet. If it's not used anywhere on the planet, because there's a handful of items that aren't, like science and rockets, they get put into an ILS to be launched to the system that they are being done on. The entire system is set up so you can drop an ILS and call any item you want or send back any item you want to this planet. Because of that, we needed to do some prioritization. So using splitters for priority, anything we dump in from our inventory, like over here, that gets prioritized by putting back into the distribution buffer first. Secondly, what goes into the distribution buffer is anything we return through the ILS send and receive system. Then third on the priority list is anything freshly made off the production line. That way you're not wasting resources. This planet's going to take probably days to backfill and buffer everything. All of the smelters are going freaking crazy. What we just did over the last, I'd say, 2 hours was deconstruct everything on our starting planet that we have working here, and then dump all of those resources in. So now we're just keeping an eye on it because we're basically stress testing the system. I made way more foundations than I thought. We were trying to pave the whole planet. That wasn't really viable when I played. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I came into this game when I did. I love doing stuff like this in games. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna like weigh heavy on my computer, but you know, it is what it is. Some of the items have already started producing and backfilling, which I'm very excited about. Those have all made it to where they're supposed to go. That's excellent. Yeah, this system is my baby. This is like something I'm very proud of. It took me a long time to design, and it took us... I guess we started working on it towards the end, like... I say 3 streams, but the first one we only worked on it for like an hour or 2 at the end of the day. And then the last stream we've worked on it the entire stream, and then so far for the last 3 hours we've been working on it. But it is just about done. The last thing to do is kind of let it cook for a while, and once it's fully caught up, check what isn't working at that point. Check what lines are still empty, what things haven't buffered properly, where the air gaps are, etc. Because this whole planet has so much going on. Like over there, it looks like that line is fully backed up, but nothing is going into storage. Yeah, air gap. See, little stuff like that is what I mean. Alright, sounds good, Nauseum. Have a good lurk. Thank you for hanging out. I shouldn't have this set on a full buffer in any of these things for right now, but we're gonna. I mean, the planet is working. We are running out of antimatter, though. Oof. Yeah, we gotta upscale a whole bunch of stuff when I get back, just to make sure this place stays running long enough to start taking care of itself. And its defenses are not up yet, so...
Mineral depleted.
All right, let's check the smelters real quick. We're going to take a restroom break in a second here. I want to check just a few things at the front end of this. So titanium is going hard. We need to get unipolar magnets so that we can upgrade our smelters and stuff like that. That's one of our biggest bottlenecks, is we don't have tier 2 smelters and we don't have the materials to upgrade to the dark fog assemblers yet. Because all of this is designed for that. These would be putting out full tier 4 quad stacked belts if it was the dark fog smelters. Okay, let's take a quick restroom break. I'm going to make myself a little bit more of a caffeinated beverage. I'm going to put up the links to my buddy Bobby's music, because he does the music for my channel out of the kindness of his heart. So if you like it, go give his band a follow, check him out, download some music, give him the love. If you're watching back on the VOD, links will be down in the description for that, as well as any of the other channels and relevant media for all of the things. I will be back in a couple of minutes. We're going to continue this all-day extravaganza. See you in a sec. All right, everybody, I'm back. I have delicious adult chocolate milk, i.e. espresso and cream. And yes, I'm drinking out of a Christmas mug. Aya! Hiya, Aya. How you doing? Welcome to the party. Aya, all the cogs are moving. You have arisen. Guys, go check out Aya. She recently started streaming, and she does game development. And she's one of my favorite people in the entire universe. So you got to go give her some love and check her out. I like a little coffee in my cream. Yeah, I'm very, very similar on that. I'm convinced we might run out of space for the foundations. I like so much in my coffee it doesn't taste like coffee. Been lurking but asleep since. Aww, love you, Aya. I don't think I told you this. Literally, I think it was the first day you were streaming. Like after you got done, I was sitting down and I was so happy for you for hitting the 50 followers, and I literally started crying, being like, I'm so glad I have Aya as a friend. Like, I legitimately broke down in happy tears, like, thankful for you being in my life. So, no joke, I freaking love you. So, thank you for being you, and for helping me, and for being good to everybody. I actually had that on the list of happy things to talk to my therapist about, but there was a long list and we didn't quite get through all of it. So, because I try to tell her about the good stuff in my life, not just the bad stuff, because I don't want to, like, you know, it's good to fix the bad stuff, but it's also good to amplify the good stuff. Okay. I think we might actually be able to go and work on projects. I do want to organize this bar over here, but we've done a lot of organizing and settings, so let's go do something that's not that. All right, we've got. All right, let's go check on. Okay. If I put you up to at least 500, some of these drones should bring us. I don't know. Oh, these haven't made their way back into the system yet. That's right. Yeah, so let's go manually do that, because they're still waiting in these boxes to get sorted into the system.
Mineral depleted.
I'm also happy with how the colony is turning out. We have 9 pairs, so roughly 3 a stream. Oh, that's awesome! That's freaking cool.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Aya's arc is in full swing. I'm looking forward to my peaceful run when I have time to start it. Okay. I think our goal is to go and liberate some unipolar magnets. So you need some chill rimworlding. Yeah, I've never really done chill rimworlding on camera, so... Look at the rock. Fly, my pretties, fly! Okay, here's the problem. We need this system to also get more Dyson sphere. Alright, so that's the smallest orbit. Alright, so we copied and pasted the same shell design from the other planet here. And there, we've got rockets going out. We need that because temporarily... we need some power here temporarily. Actually, you know what? No. No, 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 no. You know what? That's a waste of some rockets, but no. We'll do this the right way. We're not going to make power here. We'll go get power somewhere else. Oh, no, I wanted there to be ray receivers. Nah. I'm going to crash the game is what I'm going to do. I do want power here. Well, I wasted some resources. Hold on. Let me check something. Okay, we do have some over there for remote supply. Okay, I want to get unipolar magnets going. So I believe unipolar magnets are only around the black hole and the neutron star. Unipolar magnets, 5 million. 575,000. Let's hit up... let's hit up the black hole, I think. Just because I want to keep that 5 million system. Okay, double hive. That's going to be fun. Double hive. Do I need to grab more of what I have? Did the Corvettes make it back into the system yet? I think they have. Oh, wait. They're going to be down here at the end, so we'll go the other way. Let's grab more Corvettes, because if we're going to deal with 2 hives, 500 might not be enough to get through the whole shebang.
Mineral depleted.
Alright, I'm going to go and... I think we're going to... Oh, God. There are so many relay stations here. We do need to establish ourselves here for a second. Shouldn't be hard to take this whole planet out. It's just part of me that's like, I would love to set up a dark fog farm, but we need to farm the unipolar magnets. Alright, let's go to the planet first and see what happens.
Warp engine activated.
Time to go pick a fight. We can also queue up some more research in a hot second here. I'm not going to worry about it right now because, honestly, I might let our science slow down because our science requires antimatter. Yeah, I'll leave that stuff queued up, but we're not going to queue up more research at the moment.
Warp engine deactivated.
Let's try and find a good spot to land that's not going to get us murdered right off the bat.
Cruise ended.
Unipolar magnets. Is it just the one? Okay, hang on then. Oh, then it's tempting to just set up a base around the unipolar magnets and deal with the dark fog. Do we want to set up a turtle base here? We could put a turtle base around the unipolar magnets. Thoughts, feelings? I do feel like they're not very efficient. Well, I feel like our options are to clear the system and then mine every resource on this planet, or set up a base just around the unipolar magnets, ignore the other resources, and then basically set up a dark fog farm where they all come to us. And because we fucked up our other dark fog farm, and I'm over here thinking like that might be a good way to start it, although I'm not sure how efficient that's going to be comparatively. Yeah, definitely beard stroke time. Because there's a lot of relay stations here. You know what I mean? So if we're going to turtle anywhere, this is a good place for it. You are more likely to get unipolar magnet drops on this planet. Oh, from the dark fog? Okay. Yeah, then we need to set up the dark fog farm here. Okay. So then we don't want to kill the hives either. So this guy, congratulations on getting that done, or getting the towers, as it were. Okay. Let's try and condense this a little bit, right? So we've got 7 items we need. Yeah, yeah. Welcome to the Sphere program.
Mineral depleted.
We're at our black hole cluster, Dan. Too far. Okay, so that can get closer? Yeah. There was like 3 hours of distraction between unlocking the big towers and placing them. Yeah. Yep. Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Insufficient materials.
And as usual, still having some things to sort out with the yellow science. Yep. Science is always going to be a motherfucker. Alright, you, sir. Let's call you... No, you know what? Thinking maybe...
Mineral depleted.
off last night, but I figured it was like 6 in the morning. I needed... Oh, God, yeah. Yep. Someone has caught the bug. 8 hours. Nice. We're probably going to do at least 10 today. Alright, that's 10. So let's do this. We've got 4 items going in there. Let's change this up just a little bit. We're going to put 5 items into here. We're going to make it all 5 dark fog items. Oh, right. Never mind. Because of the way that's placed, let's not. Okay. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. So that's 4, 7. Okay, so that'll be all of them. My second planet is having a power issue. When in doubt, spam wind turbines is best I can say. Actually, you know what? Since there's 4 items, 10 lines, so it would be 2 lines if there were 5. 4 into 10 goes 2.5. Okay, so since our main thing on this planet is unipolar magnets, let's do... I just want as much of a buffer on these items as possible, so... Okay, good. Our threat is not going anywhere. Can you copy and paste the filters with oh, that's a good question. No. No, you cannot. Frustrating. 4. So there's 4 items. 2, 4, 6. Leaving 4. Okay. I need to get a new mouse. The middle click on mine is broken and it's driving me nuts. I had to rebind my middle click to another mouse button. I mean, I've got a mouse that's got plenty of buttons, but there must be a better way to set the same filter in multiples. Yeah, you can copy the you can put the item there and then say do filters based on what item is there. But if you don't have the item, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass. Had that exact issue. Didn't realize you could do all this. Dan, now that you're actually playing the game, you're gonna start to realize, you're gonna start to see more of what you can do in the game. So this filters what this particular one is gonna pick up. I'm gonna set this one to be mostly unipolar magnets because everything else is a little more common. Also, before we go any further, all of you off my hotbar. We do not want to do any space combat accidentally here. Use an auto script to turn a left and right mouse click into a middle click. Oh God. Maybe I'll take money out of the most recent paycheck. Oh, no, not those. Okay, so that is fine. Now, can I set the filter for the other things? No, I can't. Okay, so there's 3 items going into this one, so we're going to go the other way with this setup. So for now, this is going to be grading crystal. And then we'll add the other 2 dark fog items when they get in here. I have an old Logitech G602. It served me well, but I want one of those new G502Xs. I don't know what those look like off the top of my head. I've had bad experiences with Logitech in the past with a few things. Not necessarily mice, but I got soured on the company at one point, and I haven't gone back since. I love my Razer products. Apparently, though, the middle click on the mice is a known thing that can be problematic, so that's a little disconcerting. $10. That's crazy good. All right, I am literally going to delete these for now. Actually, I'm going to copy paste this. Because then it won't filter anything out of there. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't set those yet. Oh, I did. Okay. Those are set, those are set. So, unipolar magnets. Dark fog items. Let's... call in warp cores there. Let's disable tech up on that, because I just want these to be normal. What happened? Every peripheral company seems to have a different feature point. I love my Logitech mice, but eventually the right click develops a stutter and double clicks. Yeah, I'm starting to deal with stutter clicking. I do recommend the mouse I finally got, the Logitech G502. I don't know about the X version. I have all Razer products. I mean, maybe I'm a bougie motherfucker or something, but I have a Razer Naga, Huntsman keyboard, and Tartarus keypad, and I absolutely love all of them. The X is just the wireless version. God, I'm not a fan of wireless mice personally. I'm not a fan of wireless anything for gaming. I have the wireless version, but it has fantastic polling rates. Fair. I mean, I'm sure the newer stuff is a lot better than the older stuff, right? I'm gonna have to go wireless because they don't make a wired Naga anymore. So the big problem with this is that we don't actually have the antimatter to power this at the moment. Lack of item. Of course, lack of item. What are the odds? Okay, so we've got 0% threat on this planet because we don't have any power going. All right, we're going to have to go back and get some of the better powers and so the better power poles. Oh, God. And figure out how we're going to get antimatter over here because we are running very short on it as far as available supplies. Oh, actually, I've got an idea. Let's head over to Miram. I want to deconstruct this farm over on Miram. I use so many things to keep cables optimized, but I get it all. It always looks ugly. I have like a music production desk, so there's a lot of good space to run cables on it, and I have a rack mount system to my left. So, in general. Sorry, trying to do things at the same time. Basically, I've got a pretty solid thing. I ripped my whole... every once in a while, I got to rip the whole thing apart and redo it to feel satisfied, but at the moment, it's actually looking pretty good. Alright, I think it's time to wipe this planet so we can rip this down in peace. I died! Because I wasn't paying attention. First death. Yeah, I forgot to put these in my inventory. Actually, no, I didn't. I just wasn't careful about things. Oh, I put my space fleet away, right. I gotta actually pay attention. We've done this a couple of times. I just got lazy about paying attention to my life. I'm reading chat more than I'm paying attention. We don't even actually need to wipe the planet right now. We just need to take that down. I'm just a little afraid that these things are gonna... Oh yeah, this one doesn't even have power to the turrets. Alright, I'll fill them in. I don't want it to say core there. Has it for $80. Yeah, because this has all got to go. I'm going to move all of this over to the black hole planet. Bill, there's no links in chat, so nobody will see that. I wish I could, because I trust everybody who comes here in the community, but there are so many scammer bots out there that we just can't. So I apologize for it not coming through, but that's unfortunately what we got to do. Let's make sure we don't piss off the hives. Keeping track of the whole, what star solar system you have built stuff. The ones that you have stuff built in will have names. The other ones won't have names unless you click on them. I'll show you in a second. Let me land. This planet is just swimming with assholes, so... You'll get a very tiny amount of power. I think building a sphere around a black hole is an endgame flex, personally. Fuck, I wanted to get more of these things. Well, that was a waste of a warp core. It does. So if you zoom out, you see how these systems have names? These are systems that I have stuff. You can click on the other ones and see the name, but until you actually set something up in the system, you won't see a name when you're zoomed out like this. Yeah, you can rename them. Exactly what Bill said. Like, Dan used his point redemption to rename our mall to the Mall of America. Yep. Bill knows a lot about the game, so definitely trust Bill. I never trust bills. They add things to their more money. Right.
Warp engine deactivated.
Did you make another crowd play DSP or not? No, Bill wasn't responsible for me playing. I was interested in this game a long time ago. Someone bought it for me as a gift. I only played it for a couple of hours. And then years later, I saw Francis John starting to play. Then I binge watched a bunch of I Am Kibitz. And then I started playing because I was like, well, if I push myself past the early game, I think I'm going to be really freaking stoked. And here I am. Yeah, but I did get Dan hooked. I don't think I have these. I don't know. I'm hoping that they're already producing, but I'm not 100% sure. We do not have these already producing. What are we missing? I don't remember. Right. The super magnetic rings. Do we have any of those in this system that are like somewhere? I can't wait till this thing actually starts, like, gets fully spun up.
Classification complete.
Oh, that can go up to 1,000. That's good to know. All right, sounds good, Par. Whatever. I don't know. I'm out of my mind. You, sir. Actually, these are going to go in my bar. Those can go back in there. You can go on there. Those can go in there. So can those. That can go in there. Every time I'm like, oh cool, I can do this thing, I realize there's 20 steps to make all the things I need to get there. Yeah, why do you think I built a giant mall as my first major project, Dan?
Mineral depleted. Cruise mode.
It cuts out one of the steps, making the stuff to do the project. Still requires you to build the infrastructure, which is why you make blueprints. But this project basically put me in a position to like cut down a lot of those. Turns out you can sort of cool via spigot puffs. Oh, really? How do you use the pups to cool? We're talking Ani now. Late game Ani is what made me want to start a new playthrough, actually. Late game Ani is Dyson Sphere program, but in 2D. Naturally cold. Hold on. Let me read that after I land. Sorry, We just had the first death of the playthrough. I don't want to have another one.
Engine deactivated.
No. No. Run. That was almost very, very bad.
Flight mineral depleted.
Okay. Gonna have to use a bunch of small poles anyway.
Insufficient materials.
Okay, hang on. How many gigawatts should a Dyson field produce to say that is enough for that system, or what is the minimum it should produce to you? So here's the thing. You can move the power, Leviathan, by making antimatter fuel rods or by charging batteries and sending them back and forth. So I would say find the best star in your system and make it make as much power as possible, and then use that to pull down as much photons as possible to turn into antimatter fuel rods. Then you can use that system to supply the entire galaxy with power. If you use all of it and get to the point where you're like, okay, shit, I have all of the power, and you're like, you need another system, that is like a good endgame problem to have. Your goal, if you're competing with others, then there is no limit. Yes is the answer. Yeah, exactly. All right, do we power this thing up and see if we fucked up? Fuck it, let's go. We might need more stars. Oh right, we need temporary power to get it to jumpstart the nonsense. Well, threat is rising. Do you recommend to make strange annihilation fuel rod, or antimatter ones are enough? If you can get to the point where you can make strange annihilation fuel rods, I would say yes. I would probably... I've never gotten there. I would say, personally, I'd probably only use those for me, unless you're making an obscene amount of them, and then use the antimatter to fuel the artificial stars. But, again, I haven't even gotten there yet, so... I'm kind of scared to see what happens when these guys attack, but I think we should be okay. Maybe not. Half a gigawatt. And this does put us on a little bit of a clock to go and get more antimatter over here. We're gonna have to keep an eye on it. You find out that you can run a large tower unpowered, but I feel like it's not running. Yeah, basically, if you have any tower unpowered, Dan, it can't send out its own drones, but any drones that are powered can come and pull from it. So it can't push, but it can allow pulling. If that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Like if you have two towers and one of them is powered and the other one is unpowered, you can only run the drones from the one that's powered because that one will charge the drones. All right, we're about to have our first assault. Late game, though, you will want to use the bigger miners, so you will want them powered anyway for the drones. Yeah, because these big miners don't hold their own drones, so I had to put drones in here to get the stuff from the large miners. Oh, shit. Oh, we're good. We're on my second planet, but it is a thirsty boy and breaks everything if I power it, so I need to get like 60 more wind turbines. Yeah, or Dan, a good one is to... I know you don't have the orbital ones yet, but if you get the orbital ones, you can put those down on the gas giant and then pull down hydrogen and burn hydrogen for power. It's a good way to do it early game until you can get your hands on something better. So we've already sent 2 vessels off to bring unipolar magnets to the mall. You have 10 towers requesting. That is up to 100 ships requesting. Cool, but second planet only has 4 coal nodes, so I'm limited. Yeah, I mean, you're running an infinite resources thing, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. If you turn the coal into energetic graphite, it'll burn more power for you. And you can set up multiple miners on it as well. So it looks like the planet levels up in unison. He's on the same seed as me, Bill, so his second planet is a frost planet. No, it's a red giant and a frozen second planet, and the other planet is a desert. There's no fire ice and there's no lava in the starting system on this seed. Yeah, the outer planet is a I forget the name of it, but it's a frozen planet. Okay, so this place works. And now we should have level 2 miners coming in. So let's go back to the Mall of America real quick. I'm gonna wait till these waves clear. I don't want to accidentally shoot something. It's set to call in more antimatter. We should have enough to keep it burning for a while. We got to go up our antimatter production. That's like the next thing on the list right now. You know what I want to do though? I want to put down another BAVs or two just for repairs. Or 4.
Dark fog clusters launching an assault. Mineral depleted. Dark fog clusters launching an assault.
Alright, seems like we got this under control. Well, I'm kind of glad we fucked up the first couple of Dark Fog farms just to learn our lessons and like solidify that, you know, don't be a fucking idiot. Because this one's gonna do us good work.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting. Warp engine reactor.
Oh shit. I did forget one thing. We need to go set up a planetary shield so it can't get destroyed by the Dark Fog. Oh god. Shit. Planetary shields.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Guys, you gotta keep me from doing stupid shit. No, I'm just kidding. This is all on me.
Warp engine activated.
Forgot about that little tidbit. We need to shield it from space attacks. Sour gas? Sour gas? Do we make a sour gas boiler on that planet?
Extraterrestrial
I'm cutting off research for now because antimatter fuel is more important than research at the moment. Gotta love the look of that black hole, though.
Mineral depleted. Dark fog clusters launching an assault.
All right, let's hang out here until the shield goes up. I'm gonna have to use the restroom again soon. All right, sounds good, Dan. Phew. All right, shield is going up. Yeah, we really got to start pushing antimatter because we're starting to set up artificial star-based power systems on multiple colonies. Okay, now let's go back to the Mall of America, make any necessary adjustments over there. And then we got to start doing some... oh, that's not the right system, is it? That is not the right system. And we will probably set up another one of those on the neutron star eventually. Although there's 5 million there that we can pull out of the ground, so we might have to clear that before we do that.
Extraterrestrial dark cloth is assaulting. Mineral depleted. Warp engine deactivated.
Oh god, where is our mall? There it is.
Cruise ended. Flight.
Alright, let's go check on the level 2 miners and make adjustments there, because now that we have level 2 miners coming in, we're not gonna... or smelters, sorry. Now,
Extraterrestrial dark cloth
now that we have level 2 smelters coming in, if I can remember where the fuck they are. I think I went right past them. Yeah, okay. $42 of them. What do you require? Level 1 smelters. Okay. So reverse that. We're going to do this. Alright, love that for us. You know what, we'll leave this at a row so that it has a buffer to go to the level 2s.
Extraterrestrial dark cloth is assaulting.
That's beautiful. Now let's go make a few adjustments up here. Where are the iron ingots and the titanium ingots? These are the ones that are bottlenecking the most, so we're going to start there. Alright, those have to be upgraded to pile sorters. We'll probably have to update on the other ones as well.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Let's do that to the titanium as well, because I'm sure that's an issue. Actually, it does not seem to be an issue.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
We're still gonna do it though.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Yeah, so a lot of my blueprints are going to need updating once I sort out how much of this stuff is
Dark fog is assaulting.
the thing. Okay. I think for now we'll hold tight right there. Let's see if we can put this up. What is it, 500 that we can carry? Yeah, you know what? There's no reason to have these boxes.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Oh no, not you. Because now we can just dump things into these inventories, which are substantially larger than the, whatchamacalls anyway. Regular storages. Oh, yeah, they don't have power. Okay, guys, I hate to do this again so soon, but my bladder is screaming at me, so I'm going to do a real quick run to the restroom. I will be right back. Click the links if you like the music. Okay, back quick. Like I said, we're gonna go sort a few things out. Firstly, I'm realizing that this planet does not need 70 artificial stars burning. We'll let these burn up here and down here. Oh, this is the one that's set up for local supply, remote demand. Oh God. Are we almost out of antimatter here? We're out of antimatter on our planet here. Okay. So that definitely puts a rush on getting. No, it's not ideal. This is what we need to do, though. We need to get power going, so... Power is our next project. Alright, hello planet. Oh God. I don't need these rockets launching. That'll start doing that.
Mineral depleted.
Alright, we're gonna drop you down because we've got plenty for us. In fact, I'm gonna take those for remote power supply.
Mineral depleted. Mineral depleted.
Lower that to there. How much are we taking from here? 3.25. So we can get another ray receiver going here or two. Now that should increase our photon production by 48 a minute. Should provide a little bit of help getting this going. Okay.
Uplanding relay station detected.
Okay, we go to planet then. Turn off that dark. Yeah, you can. I kind of want to keep half an eye on it at the moment. I will turn it off at one point.
Warp engine activated. Warp engine deactivated. Cruise ended.
Hold on. I do want to get our space fleet back up and running.
Flight spaceport destroyed.
Okay, so I think.
Terrestrial dark fog is assaulting. Mineral depleted.
All right, we're pulling basically all of that power, which is fine. Now we need to go over to Hamel. And we need to start setting up Hamel. These were the two big projects. Get a dark fog farm going, and then get Hamel started with power. Oh, actually, hang on, hang on.
A seed is approaching your system.
Wait, shit. I gotta actually see how that's set up. Because I think we want that on remote demand. We're gonna go make photons and send them over to this planet, and that should keep us going until we get the rest of that system set up.
Warp engine activated. Warp engine deactivated. Flight extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting. Mineral depleted.
Oh, this is on the Mall of America. We're gonna let that be what it is. So we need a request for photons here. So that when we get them up and going in the other system, they can just start coming over here. The jank continues. We're gonna put you... here for now. Okay, now we can go back over to Hamel.
Extraterrestrial dark
I didn't put
fog
any
is
drones in?
ended.
Good call. I don't actually need any of the regular drones. I just need these. Good stretch. Good stretch.
Warp engine deactivated.
I should have sent... Oh, I'm angry at myself. I should have decommissioned the rockets on the first planet.
Warp engine deactivated. Flight mode. Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Mute those now. I think I have a blueprint for power. Yeah, power and plasma. We don't need... I don't think we need that much. We can snip the lines accordingly, but I think we will put that blueprint down. What color are we making this planet, guys? This is going to be where we acquire photons. Blue? I could go with blue. Are we talking dark blue? Or light blue? Ooh. I think I kind of like that. Yeah, I like that. Let's see how that looks. Dealer's choice. Dark. Okay. I mean, if you want dark, I'm good with that. Tachyon color, so gray and black. All right, Dan said he wants dark blue. I'm good with dark blue. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Okay, so we're not gonna do the whole thing right now. But we do need to do some of it. Yeah, that'll work. Hide resources. And now power and plasma. I didn't bring the plasma turrets. Also, for some reason... Oh, for some reason... that didn't get saved. Oh, because it was off the line. Oh, actually, so, yeah, fuck this. Let's redo that nonsense. Didn't realize that I could fuck that up, but I fucked it up, so let's do it again. Alright, now let's put it on the proper axis so it draws the whole fucking thing. Somehow I didn't copy the ILS for this, so we'll have to put it back in, but... there is belt in the way still. We will need to make a few adjustments to this. Namely, the second and third row of, yeah, that needs to get snipped. We only need the first row at most for this. And this is where the planetary mega mall comes in handy, right? We didn't bring plasma cannons with us.
Mineral depleted.
Did they get loaded in yet is the question. There's 177 in there. Oh, they don't have warpers and neither does this one. That's why. Okay, so then we do... remote demand, that'll bring in warpers. Now it's time to start designing a planet. Let's find the equator. Okay, so this... this is going to go around the planet. Yeah. I think sliced into quarters is the way to do this. Old power can go. Okay. That'll work. Apparently we're making enough over there that 500 can come here.
Mineral depleted.
Yeah, so old power can definitely go.
A landing relay station detected.
Mizmar 1. I guess we gotta go over to Mizmar. God damn it. Oh, shit! Okay, we gotta fix that, but we gotta go to Mizmar first. Oh, right, we're gonna be decommissioning, we're gonna be decommissioning the mining outpost on this planet anyway. This planet's getting covered in ray receivers. So this planet is inside the Dyson sphere, which makes it an optimal location to set up photon collection. Because we won't have to use graviton lenses to make them see the Dyson sphere. I think graviton lenses do up the amount of production though, so we will eventually put them in. But to start, we're not going to worry about that. We will put in the infrastructure for it though. Which is going to be interesting. God, once we start producing more of this stuff... oh, damn, there's an extra relay station here. There was another base on here, was there? I mean, we haven't even bothered dealing with this, so it wasn't even necessary for us to come over and do that. Was this the original planet that we had our dark fog farm on? No. Stop losing focus, Nether. Let's go over and deal with power. Oh, we should go back and deal with that. The space dark fog was angry. We need to go kill them. Now, Alright, you're going to get those. Okay, and we need to jumpstart power so that it can actually pull them in. Oh. Well, that's way more power than we need, but whatever. There are 2,000 on their way in? Not likely. There are 177 over here. Yeah, so it's going to grab 177 and bring them back. That's fine. Okay, so let's think about this. We need graviton lens to go out and photons to come in. Firstly, let's turn this down. We don't need stacks of 4 graviton lenses. Alright, I want to check something. So let's say we have one of those there. We can do that. Okay. Then that's the plan. Now, I know there are people that have already done this. But we're gonna do our own. Because why not be a little bit difficult, right? And they need to collect and... Oh, wait. Okay, so let's say that goes there. This goes here and here. This your main base planet? I don't know what a main base is. We finished our planetary megamall, as I would call it. We're letting it spin up. There's probably going to be some debugging, and we'll probably put up some photons at a certain point or another, but... Bus. Oh, yeah. I do believe that is sorted. Oh, you know what we'll do? I know exactly how we're going to do this. Screw that noise. Pulling in more photons from our power. We're working on power. So this Dyson sphere that we're building over here, which I need to get rockets. We get bursts of rockets, but we've got 14.7 gigawatts. We got to start pulling down as photons to power the projects that we've already got up and running. We just set up a new dark fog farm over on the black hole planet. So yay, things and stuff and things. Okay, so what we're gonna do is run up the middle here and then bring stuff back in down here. So this will be photons in, this will be graviton lenses out. How much space do these take up? So from line to line, we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hang on a second. And I want to be able to split this up with 4 towers. Doesn't get much more perfect than that. I mean, it does. It's like there's 1 extra space, but I'd rather there be 1 extra space than... Now, can we... What if we start from there? This is the exact opposite of what we did with the planetary mega mall. Let's just design this whole thing on the fly. Alright, so that does work. Maybe just do a belt on each side, 1 for photons and 1 for grav lenses. Yeah, we're inside the Dyson sphere at the moment, so we don't need to hook up graviton lenses immediately, but we're planning for it. We are going to cover the entire planet in these. This is only going to be a ray receiver planet eventually. So I'm looking for a real tight design. What we're going to do is the receivers are going to go along this way. Okay, so... Yeah. That would put you... there. Yeah, I'm not sure what the spacing is I want yet, Dak. That's why I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, very much so. So how many is that? 18. So we're talking minimum distance of 1, 2, 3. All right, so it'd have to be like that. I mean, I'm not necessarily going for max density. I'm going for symmetry. If that makes any sense. Yeah, I'm sure there is. We can go 2 clicks to the right, or to the left, and then it bounces out. Okay. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, so that is exactly what I'm looking for. It's equidistant between those 2 towers, and we're going to use... We'll set it up so that we can use 4 towers, basically. Oof, nope. Is that right? Yep. Okay. It's going to be easier to do it in groups, right? Okay, so... Hate these buildings. Yeah, they are a little annoying.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Yeah, I know. Just finding my spacing.
A landing relay station detected.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, we got to deal with the Mizmar system. Last time I did this, I did an entire planet and then realized I didn't set them to photons. Yep. Fair. Oh god, okay. Alright, we have to deal with the space dark fog over here, otherwise we're just going to keep getting relay stations. Yeah, it was a hive we had previously taken out, I think, and they just re-established because reasons. Because we don't really have much over here in this system except a couple of mining facilities. I don't even know if we have mining facilities over. I don't even remember what's over here, honestly. But that hive is like it's not even really existent. Yeah, we don't even have mining facilities on this planet.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting. Dark spaceport destroyed.
Alright, we do have stuff on this planet, so I guess let's do this.
Dark fog hive core destroyed.
Okay. Back to Hamill. Yeah, like I said, we had wiped them out previously. We just need to get rid of them for the annoyance sake. This isn't the side where we have everything set up, so... Okay, let's set you to photons. Oh wait, did I do this backwards over here? Should have set up the return as well, but we'll deal with it. Yeah, I feel like an idiot now. Well, one day I'll learn.
Extraterrestrial dark cloth is assaulting.
Actually, we don't even have to go all the way to that line. We will, though. We'll go all the way to that line. Do the gravitons increase the number of photons that are produced? Or is it just that it gives them vision on the entire, no matter where they are in the system? Maybe more photons. Okay, I gotta double check that. I know it's 12 with lenses. So once one of these comes up to speed, we'll see if it's producing 12. It's gonna get a little... We gotta do something a little different for the ones that go up. Yeah. This is the problem with liking neat, organized builds. Because obviously we can't split off the graviton lens line to go up the longitude. I missed one. Oh, thank you, Dan. Wait. I see. Actually, we should switch this to those. No. No, 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 no. I'm learning. That should go like that. That way we can use those output ports for... the other direction of graviton lenses. Okay, we're gonna go with... Did you tie in those last couple? I did not. Good eye. Okay. Okay, cool. Now we need to get actual power here. Those go there. Okay, 2025 power and plasma. We'll leave that. And we'll use that to overwrite this. Change this to 2-to-1. Okay. Okay, those got launched back to our main planet, which means antimatter is getting produced there. Okay. Oh. How many of these are there? Is it even or 8? Or I think it's 18. $30.
Extraterrestrial dark cloth is assaulting.
All right. Let me see if I can do something real quick. I want to copy this side. Actually, let's see if we can copy everything except that belt. Yep. Tom, that's why I play this game. It is the better than Factorio game. No, I've had so many people be like, Nether, you should play Factorio. I'm like, why? Dyson is better. Again, like Tom said, no offense to the Factorio people out there, but for me, this is the jam. Okay, awesome. I really tried getting into it. It's so painful and just, I refunded it. I can't stand. Yeah, I checked out the demo and I was like, yeah, that's even too much for me. Okay, that goes there. I should have copied the whole thing. All right. For DSP or Factorio, but I understand those who... Yeah, Factorio has some stuff that DSP doesn't. I'm going to give it that. Like, there's a more robust combat system, I think, in Factorio. I mean, the combat in here, I love the combat in this game, but I do think Factorio's is a little bit more robust. Because you make armor, like, you have more of, like, almost more like a role-playing type inventory. But this very much takes inspiration. Without Factorio, there wouldn't be a Dyson. Oh my god, there's a seed coming, isn't there? There's always a seed. Oh. Air gap. Probably one over here too, that means. Yep. This game is beautiful, though. Like, I gotta give it that. And I love the mechanics, I love the vibe, I love the end game goal of producing more power than you can possibly imagine. Like, this game is right up my alley. Now that we fixed that issue, you're going to need a huge Dyson to support all those receivers. Right now, we don't have graviton lens going in, so we're actually, and we're going to be making a huge Dyson. Yeah, graviton lenses multiply the amount that it provides. Yeah, so we're not producing enough graviton lenses to lens these, but we do need photons for antimatter at the moment, so that's kind of where we're at. Okay, so what's our deal? All right, we're about there. I don't want to put any more down, so that should do it for now. I mean, producing close to 500 a minute should sustain us for now. Based on the factory layout, connection to the power grid, and usage of proliferator, calculate the reference rate under ideal conditions. We'll be producing 503. Okay, the reference rate is awesome. I like that.
Mineral depleted.
Okay, looking good. I'm playing DSP to clean up some stuff for later tonight, and I keep hearing the warnings from your game and getting confused. What do you mean mineral depleted? Oh, right. Hey, Council of Roses, what's going on? How are you? Welcome, welcome. Okay, now we did have some mining going on this planet, so... I mean, do we set up mining drills on all of these so we get the most out of it before we drop down an entire planet of these things? I feel like that might be a reasonable thing to do, right? Play the one you are watching being streamed. Get all kinds of confused. Yep. Like, especially, like, when you're playing a game like Ani and you hear the, like, boop, boop, the, like, the bad noise. The whole shit. Do I feel like putting down mining drills? The part of my brain that's like, you shouldn't waste resources is like, yes, put down mining drills, you jackass. We'll have to rip them out eventually. Yeah, aren't they, Dan? You know what? Yeah, let's throw down some mining drills. We'll do a temporary mining setup. We'll do it a little cleaner than we usually do.
Insufficient materials.
There's just that part of me that's like, you know, you're not covering the whole planet right now. You might as well set up some drills. Oh god. Alright. Let's just never mind what I said about doing it cleaner than we did before. We're gonna do it however it lays. Play it where it lies. I mean, we've got to set up towers for all of this stuff, but we'll do that after the fact. So that means I have to hit the ball off of Frankenstein's fat foot. Yep. I'm not even going to try and do this with one drill. My max Dyson sphere on the Blue Giant so far has 634,800 structure points and 31,768 cell points. That is amazing, Zombie. can't wait to get to that point. God, these things make setting up mining outposts so much easier. Yeah, Dan, if you think towers are a game changer, just wait till you get tier 2 miners. I swear you start playing this game when you're done with science. Or at least technology science. Oh god, whatever. You start the game when you're done with mission complete. I could have done mission complete by now and I just ignore it instead. Oh, this thing doesn't have power? Oh, this is the one we haven't laid down yet. Right. I'll leave you there for reference, but you don't actually need power. I know that a full planet of ray receivers can't be handled by a single tower, so we're going to split this up into 4 pieces. Basically, 4 towers. I didn't do any of the math to see if that's actually good enough, but you know. Sometimes you just gotta feel the numbers. It does have some amazing upgrades. Hey Dan, do you know about holding shift to take it off grid? So like the miner here is snapping. If I hold shift, it moves smoothly. If you don't know, that one I didn't realize for a little while. And it's huge. Same thing with rotation. You rotate freely by holding shift. I learned it from you! Yeah, this one's gonna need 2 drills for sure. 2.21 megawatts. Hell yeah. I love how everyone's just slaying it on this game and just hanging out. Thank you guys for hanging out on a Saturday, by the way. I know Saturday is the day that normal humans go out and do things, but I don't think any of us are normal humans, so appreciate you all choosing to be here. Got my hair cut and got a new battery for my computer. My Saturday was fulfilling. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, those are good days. I'm due to trim the Hawk. The Hawk is getting a little floppy. Oh dear God. Felix and I took a nap this afternoon. Aw, naps are fun. I love a good nap. My little boy is napping right now. He will definitely come and make an appearance at one point. He loves being a ham. Yeah, that's just too long to do with one drill, so we'll split it in half. Cool. You too, bud. I have to go get some EM injectors and a few more rocket launchers, and this Dyson sphere can commence construction. That is fucking awesome, Zombie. We are going to probably start working on rockets here soon. We've kind of achieved the basic goals for the day, which was mall settings, dark fog farm, power production. Those goals are just going to keep... There's a lot more to them because the mall is not fully spun up yet, so we have to keep an eye on it, make adjustments as it gets together. So that's not done, but it's as done as it can be for now. And obviously, power production is just going to keep going up the more we build. Yeah, the more times I see that minerals depleted, the more I'm like, well, good thing we're tapping more minerals. I mean, this whole planet is going to get covered in ray receivers, but it's going to take a long time before we have enough Dyson. Maybe not, but I'd say it's worth doing this. I mean, we're going to tap a lot of planets for resources, but why not tap the one we're already on? Less places to spread our power out to. vein utilization. We need to up our science. I actually turned our science off because we needed the antimatter for power until we just, like, this setup we just got up means we can go back to the first planet, make some adjustments to that, and turn science back on. And then we'll start research. There's a lot of things that we need to research in addition to vein utilization. Okay. We are not producing the explodies yet. Okay, let's head back to the Mall of America, dump off some of our inventory into the sorting system, and then we can start working on a few other things. We're going to take a break soon-ish so I can go and get lunch/dinner. But I want to knock out a few, like, organizational things real quick before we do that. Oh, shit. We didn't set up the towers. All those things are tapped, but they're not going anywhere because there's no towers. For now, we're going to set them up over here. What do we have on this planet? Iron, copper, silicon, titanium, stone. We've already got the coal going, so we need 5 towers. I mean, not technically, but... Oh, you can't actually... Right. I like to set up 1 tower for each resource that we're mining. At one point, if our production goes really, like, crazy, we might need to set up 2. I'm going to copy these settings before I add... Oh, no, no, not 800. Gotta love that. Okay, okay. Now we go back to the Mall of America. We have more suns going than we need. They are burning slow. We can also expand this as we need to. Alright, yeah. Let's go back and do the thing. When we get back here, we'll probably have enough smelters that we can upgrade all of our smelting facilities to tier 2. That should help this along as far as spinning up the mall. Wait, how is there a hive here? Hang on a second. Hard up on graviton lenses too. Graviton lenses are a motherfucker. I might legitimately make an entire planet to make graviton lenses at the rate that we're going to end up using them. I think I'm apparently using 4x what I am producing. Yeah, maybe dial that in a little bit. Alright, let's see what we got going on over here. Nice. So we got unipolar magnets coming down the line. Okay, so everything we can get from that one is fine. Frame material and graviton lenses are not doing amazing, but we anticipated that. Strange matter quantum chips makes sense. That all makes sense because we saw those come down the line at one point. Yeah. Yeah, circuits are still getting chewed up by the rest of this place. Is that sulfuric? Yeah, so sulfuric acid isn't coming in because we're not producing warp cores just yet. Dear God, the plastic factory. Yep, all of that makes sense based on what we know about all these production things. This is the carbon nanotubes or the graphene? That's the graphene. Which our whole system for managing hydrogen seems to be working all right. Yep. Love that for us. Right. Okay, so we do... Right, graviton lenses make sense. You're not grabbing anything because the remote thing. Right, where is green chips? I want to say they're over here. Right, you want iron ingots. That's titanium. So titanium and iron are basically our bottlenecks currently. I mean, we could put down more of them in theory, but once everything is caught up, we're not going to need to. Oh, hell yeah. Let's get the mining set up, fully upgraded. We'll need to upgrade pile sorters on everything too, so... Let's do all of these first, then we'll do all the pile sorters. The ones we have to do pile sorters on are everything except titanium and iron. Okay, we'll dump these into the system. These being the old miners. Stock up on those. Dump the extras in here to be brought back to where they need to go. I'm really tempted to just upload everything to pile sorters. Alright, I'll be reasonable. We are going to have to upload a ton of update a ton of blueprints at one point. But this planet not only is our mall, but it's where we're going to upgrade our blueprints. Everything that we have in our blueprint book is put into effect over here. So any changes we make here, we make those changes to the overall blueprint. And then eventually, we'll have all of the things. So much of our day is going to be adjusting and upgrading. Actually, I think... Hang on. Can I just flip that? Yeah. Oh, I could probably flip the whole goddamn blueprint in theory. I'm glad you can see the colors of the sorters. Makes it a lot easier to know which ones are upgraded and not. It's a cool little thing. Like, you don't even notice that sometimes about games. Like, when the devs do something small like that, it's like, oh, okay. You take it for granted sometimes, but I think it's really cool that they put that much attention to to detail in there. This should definitely help get this planet online. So nice to have tier 2 miners, or tier 2 smelters. Oof. It's okay, Nether. Just click the thing. So close. Oh my god, stretching it out. Come on, mouse. My hand starts to creep vertically up my mouse pad, and when it gets to the top, I always wind up accidentally lifting it. I really should, like, adjust my mouse pad, but it fits nicely on the desk where it is. It's a rectangle instead of a square, though. I'd like a giant one that covers the whole desk. Maybe I should put it vertically instead of horizontally, though. Okay. home planet is such a trash heap right now. Yep, I feel you. The starting planet in this save is garbage. This is our main planet at the moment, our mega mall. I'm happy with how the power planet's coming along. Well, power planets. I'm happy with the Dark Fog Farm. I'm happy with everything except my home planet, which is the only place that science is happening. Don't even have anything productive going on there. Yep. I kind of can't wait to destroy my home planet. Ah, I love seeing those unipolar magnets coming in. Ah, nice full box of them. Okay, so hi Tachyon. Who's the baby? Is it lunchtime? Is it lunchtime, Appa? Come here. Come up. Uppies. 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 Come on. Come on, uppies. There he is. There he is. Who's the handsome boy? Who's the handsome boy? Yes, you are. You're so handsome. Such a good boy. Such a good boy. Did you have a good nap? Did your nap go good? Huh? How was nap time? Alright, he's entered full parrot mode. One thing I want to check before we do lunch/dinner, I want to see if our antimatter production can be boosted now that we've got that many photons coming in. Or rather, how much our antimatter can be boosted. Oh shit, I came over here without some things. Just tapping resources and going away. Yep. Sounds about right. Oh yeah, see how many photons we got coming in here? This setup has got to get unjanked, but... Well, I know it's right next door, but I didn't bother to bring these guys with me. Oh my god. Really, Twitch didn't want me to say, get the fuck out. Oh, okay. Stupid Twitch. Oh, we're putting that all the way up. Alright, massive increase to antimatter. I mean, not massive, but, you know, double the antimatter we were producing, which should be enough to keep ourselves sorted for a little while. So that planet is almost up to level 9, which doesn't get us anything we give a shit about, but once it gets to level 12, we get the Dark Fog's matrix drops, and then when we get to 15, we start getting grading crystals and recombinator drops, which is fantastic. Then we got to upgrade this thing a whole bunch. It's going to be running a long time. All right, guys, it is time for me to take a little bit of a longer break, go get some real food in my body, and come back. Give me about, I'm going to say about 15 minutes. And yeah, I'll put the links up to Bobby's music, we'll put up the Be Right Back screen. I'm going to go get me a sandwich, sit down, eat it. When we come back, we're going to start expanding the hell out of our power planet, I think. I think it's time to start upping. We got to do a lot of stuff. I'll think about it on lunch, but rockets and power are big things in our brains right now. So I'll see you guys in about 15.